Okay, greetings, family. Let's see if I can fix this. Yeah, like that. Greetings, family. I am back. It is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Today is Saturday, May 24th, 2025. It is 12:01 p.m. You feel me? We got a lot to discuss in a little bit of time because I literally had a long ass list of shit to do today. Okay. So I want to first start by saying that I want you to remember throughout this live today that it is today being May 24th, 2025. Today is a number 11 numerological day. Okay, so we only 3 days into Gemini season. We talked at length day before yesterday about how the sign Gemini looks like literally an 11 or Roman numeral 2. You feel me? So today is a universal 11 numerological day. I want you to keep that in mind while we're doing this live. But I want to start with a couple of things. Okay, I want to start with some housekeeping, and I want to also walk you. I know just before anybody start emailing me and calling me out my name, you feel me? I did not email the revised version of the conspiracy. I got really busy and really tired, so I will promise to send that out today. Still what you got is going to be good. You feel me? What you got is still it. I only added a few little words or whatever. So still do your thing today. And I will send that out on Sunday because I know I will not have time today to sit down here and do a mass email. Okay. So those of you who have not received the conspiracy yet, make sure to email me today so I can add you to the list tomorrow, to add you to the list today to receive the email tomorrow for the conspiracy. In the meantime, the first video that I did that had the conspiracy in it, so I think that was Tuesday. So the first live that I did on Tuesday with the conspiracy in it, if you go into the description box below the video, I actually did add the revised version there. So even though I haven't emailed out the revised version, you can always go to the video in the description box and copy and paste the revised version. But the revised version is in the description box from the Tuesday live that I did where I first presented you guys with the conspiracy. Okay. Those of you who are tuning in via IG and you don't know what I am talking about, we started a project on Tuesday that will continue every single day until August 25th of a conspiracy that we cast in opposition to those who would see the world harmed, the custodians of the word of the world harmed, to see our mother harmed. You understand what I'm saying? So if you're interested in that, you can find out more by going to the live that I did on Tuesday of last week. So it should be like the third live ago from the top. If you just go to my YouTube channel, which is at sign, when you go into YouTube and you're looking in the search engine, put it in just this way, at sign, Daughter of the Fates as one word, Daughter of the Fates, Fates as one word. Otherwise, you'll have to wade through a bunch of other shit to get to my page. Okay. So do that. I encourage you to do that. Those of you who are tuning in and have made the commitment to participate in this project over the next couple of months, I would also remind you to share, especially the Tuesday video, which gives people details about why it is we're doing what we're doing. I would encourage you to share it with others. If you think there is even a 2% remote chance that they would take up the cause, present it to them. All they can do is say, I ain't gonna do it. You feel me? So put people on, make sure you share it far and wide. You can share the conspiracy, you can share the videos. I do not care. You feel me? Just share it far and wide. Share it with women, share it with men, share it with all the genders in between. I do not care. The more people that we can get on board with doing this, the better the outcome. I will even take it a step further. I told y'all that my commitment was to recite out loud. That is the requirement, to open your throat chakra and recite out loud the conspiracy, right? And that my commitment was to recite the conspiracy at 11:11 a.m. every morning, right? Well, I want to deepen that commitment because we want people from everywhere. There have been people who have been following the channel from Hawaii and from South Africa and all over Europe, and few on the continent of Africa. I've gotten some feedback from people in Fiji. I've done several readings for people in New Zealand and in Australia and also in India. So anybody that gains access or has been watching, participate. And so in order to do that, because there are global viewers, followers of this channel, what I decided to do is going to take me a little time. Maybe somebody here can research it while we're on the live, but it is 12:07 Pacific Standard Time right now. So if somebody can find out what time it is in Universal Time, if somebody can find out, Google right now what time it is in Universal Time and put that in the chat box, that'd be great. Because what I want to do is see if we can win people to, depending upon, how late it is. But personally, I would set my alarm clock. But find out what time it is right now, Universal Time, put it in the chat box. And that's the commitment that I'll make, is that at 11:11 Universal Time is when I will recite the conspiracy and call on everybody else instead of your own time zone. If it is at all possible, 7:08 p.m. Okay. So 7:08 p.m. Universal Time. Thank you so much for that. Universal Time. So, all right. Okay, so yeah, 7:08 Universal Time right now. That's PM. Okay, so let me figure that out and I'll announce that. So it's noon my time. It'll be 7. And then also, Shanta, or either of y'all, Jemiah or Shanta, do me a favor. Find out what time it is Universal Time when it is 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Can y'all find out? Actually, do this. Find out what time it would be Universal Time if it's 11:11 a.m. and 11:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Was that clear? What time is it Universal Time if it's 11:11 a.m. and 11:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time? Find that out for me real quick. While they're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and put out the information for donations for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. So if you are wanting to make a donation via Zelle or via PayPal, you can use the temple's email address, which is evoemetemp@gmail.com. evoemetemp@gmail.com. Okay. For Cashapp, it is $ Daughter of the Fates, $ Daughter of the Fates. And for Venmo, it's my name, Cassandra-Floyd. That's CASSANDRA-FLOYD, to make contributions that way. Another way you can support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is you can always do, like, what do they call it? Super thanks, super chats, all of that stuff up in YouTube itself. You can become a paid subscriber to YouTube, to my YouTube channel. So all of that information is underneath the description box. As a matter of fact, if you go into the description box, it's the very first line of content on how to become a member, how to become a subscriber. Okay. So then the other way that you can support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is you can get a divination session from me. You would email me, evoemetemp@gmail.com, to find out the details about that. You can also get you can also receive a 5 elements wellness consultation with me. Same thing. Email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com. And then in the subject header, either put consult or divination, or wellness consult and divination. And then lastly, the way that you can support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is to purchase dynamic, primarily goddess-centered jewelry from me, custom made, custom designed. And you can also design your own jewelry. If you don't see, I think I have 400 plus unique pieces on my page. Every single thing is made by me. Every single bead is made by me. All the painting, everything is made by me. You can go on my Etsy store, which is DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com, and you can support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence by making a purchase there. Okay, so that's the housekeeping. Let's see what y'all talking about over here. Okay, so 11:11 is 4:11 a.m. and 4:11 p.m. Universal Standard Time. All right, great. That's helpful. So that's my commitment. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. I like that. All right. So 11:11 p.m. Universal Standard Time. In my time zone is 4:11 p.m. So that's the adjustment that I will make now. And I'll send that in the email too. Okay. I don't understand what that last message means, Jemiah. It changes when you go into universal time to find 11:11. Everybody else is saying it's either 11:11 a.m. and 11:11 p.m. is 4:11 p.m. and a.m. Universal Standard Time. I don't understand that last message. Clarify that for me, babe. Okay, so that's the commitment that I'm going to make, is that and that's the commitment that I would ask you guys to make, is that whatever the adjustment is for your time zone, 11:11 Universal Time, 11:11 Universal Time is when we're going to, at least, because y'all can say it as many times a day as you want. You feel me? Listen, you can say it as many times a day as you want. What I am saying is for us to collectively be on the same page. Search the universal time for your time zone for 11:11 Universal Time. So my commitment is that I will do a live just for us, no other reason. A short live just for us to do the conspiracy together at 4:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, or 11:11 p.m. Universal Standard Time. All right, was that clear? 11:11 p.m. Universal Standard Time. That's the time that we're all doing it. Okay? 11:11 p.m. UTC. 11:11 p.m. Universal Standard Time. Universal Standard Time. So whoever you are and wherever you are on Earth, adjust for your time zone. So all you got to do is do a converter. Go into Google or whatever your search engine is, and whatever time, just put in what time is it in my city at 11:11 p.m. Universal Standard Time. Okay? All right, cool. So that's done. So the first thing I'm going to do, especially since this is the first official temple service that we've done in a hot minute. I'll be honest. You feel me? It's been a hot minute. I've just been doing random lives whenever I get the call to do a live. But, I had been much more disciplined, you know, at the start of the year. So I want to get back to that, to where I'll have to relook at the calendar. But I think what I had been saying was that we would do one temple service a month and then one book study a month. And I think the way I had it laid out was that the first Saturday of the month would be the temple service, and the third Saturday of the month would be the temple book study. Okay. So, and that sounds pretty reasonable to me, right? Okay. So today, however, is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is today the last Saturday of the month? Somebody tell me, look at the calendar real quick, because I can't open it up on here while I'm on here. Somebody tell me, is today the last Saturday of the month, or is there one more Saturday in the month? Let's see here. Okay, so there's one more Saturday in the month. Okay. All right, cool. Okay, so next month we'll be back on schedule. Okay. I'm doing this temple service today because there's some things that I've promised you, some things we need to work out, whatever. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So starting next month, the first Saturday of the month, we will do a temple service. Okay. I'm going to say that temple service is going to be probably around now, about noon, maybe 1 o'clock, because I'm going to start picking back up my dance classes on Saturday too. So it may be closer to 1 o'clock because my classes don't get out till 11:30. So it'll be closer to 1 o'clock. We'll just say 1 o'clock on Saturday will be the official, on the first Saturday of June will be the official temple service, and then the third Saturday of that month, which is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it is the weekend of the weekend of the equinox. I believe it's the weekend of the equinox. And if that is the case, then I will be in Houston, Texas for the Quantum Fest that is being hosted by Mama T. So keep your ears open for that. I have been sharing some information about that, but I'll be sharing a lot more information about the Quantum Fest. That's in Houston, Texas, equinox weekend. And I am one of the presenters. I think there's a total of 7 presenters, and that's on Saturday and Sunday, but we have to be there on Friday. So keep your ear out for that. I'll start posting a lot more about that. This month has just been crazy, and every single solitary second of my day has been so occupied that I haven't been posting about that as much as I should be. So I'll be back up on that over the next several weeks. Okay. So in the meantime, I think the website is quantumfest.com. If you are, feeling froggy and want to join a bunch of goddess-centered evolutionaries in Houston, Texas on June 20th, 21st, and 22nd, then go to quantumfest.com to get your tickets. And I think they still have some vending spaces left as well. So if you are wanting to vend, or if you are wanting to just come and kick it, I would encourage you to do that now. Okay. And so that's all the housekeeping, I think. Next week, because I just did it on Thursday, but next week, I think I'm going to do it weekly instead of trying to, whatever. Next week, I will begin to once a week, just one time a week, I will shout everybody out that has made contributions, donations, who have signed up to volunteer, people who are paid subscribers. I will begin to do a regular shout out, just like I did on Thursday, naming everybody that's members, naming everybody that has made a donation or contribution in any way. There is, I'm gonna do that later too. There is a sister whose name I cannot think of right off the top of my head. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Shoot. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so she had emailed me. I don't know if she's on here, but I love getting gifts. It doesn't happen often, but I love getting gifts. I got a wand. I got a magic wand from this sister last year. I got a pair of earrings from a sister last year. Well, this sister, Jerika, sent me some artwork of hers. She is an artist, and she emailed me the other day, and I've been trying to plow through 1,000 emails, but she sent me an email the other day asking if I received it. And so if she's on here, yes, boo, I received it, and it is freaking absolutely gorgeous. So I want to share that with you guys. So this is the first piece of this divine yoni. I'll show it to you guys on YouTube first. I'm gonna do a close of it because the detail is incredible. So there's a divine yoni there, but look at it close up. Amazing. And this is pencil work. It appears to be pencil work, right? And then on the back, she offered another. Look at that. Oh, it's gorgeous. Look at that. Beautiful. And then she sent this piece, which is so dope. Oh, it's so dope. I sat here and stared at this thing, and every time I look at it, I see something different. Oh, I got to show that to y'all on IG. Gorgeous. This is from Sister Jakia. Wait, did I say that right? Jerika. I'm sorry, Jerika. Yeah. And then this one here, and I'm going to show it up close so you can see some of the detail in it. It's gorgeous. Like I said, every time I see it. And that's my favorite tree. I did not tell her that. The Fraser tree is my favorite freaking tree, and they're crazy in bloom in California right now. Every single yard is freaking purple right now. It's my favorite time of the year here, and I did not tell her that. And these trees are the Fraser trees. Okay. So I am the jacaranda. That's what it is. Thank you so much. I love those trees. They bloom like insane crazy here in California. I mean, for a good 2 months, everybody's yards will be just freaking purple. You'll just ride down the whole road and just all you'll see is purple. I love it. So thank you so much, Sister Jerika, for this gorgeous, gorgeous piece. I'm going to have these framed, and then I'll show you when they're up on the wall. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So I think that's all the housekeeping. All right. I think that's everything. All right, so I'm going to start with our regular temple conspiracy, which is I, Cassandra-Floyd, as a peculiar expression of the almighty and divine she, am joining in breath with my family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together to ensure that our home, her body, is restored to its original perfect glory, a glory that is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, and ecstasy. This world exists because we will it so. We will it so. We, the representatives of the mother's reign. Did I do that right? I think I'm reading wrong because I had a revision of it. Hold on. Yes, I did. Hold on. That's not right. Hold on. Sorry about that. Here it is. Yes. In ecstasy. This world exists because we collectively will it so. We, as the representatives of the mother's reign on earth, speak this beautiful conspiracy as a single cosmic earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth in joyful compliance with our mother's divine will. Possessing the power of our mothers, we speak this glorious future now. It is certainly, as we say, Mommy and I are one. So that is our regular ongoing conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Yeah. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is Yeah, that next. That. Okay, so if you have your, as a matter of fact, what I want to do next is I think I'm going to do this too. I'm going to add this to the regular conspiracy process, okay, till August. All right, so I just read the Temple's Standard Conspiracy, okay? Next, what I'm going to read every day, every time I do a live, I'm going to read this. And then right after this, we'll do our conspiracy that is specifically around this period that represents the 1700th anniversary of the founding of the Council of Nicaea. So those of you who have it already, your printout of the Nicene Creed, I want you to pull that out, the one that you have bloodied and bound or spittled and bound. I want you to take that out. Actually, let me do this first. So the next thing I'm going to read is the prophecy that was delivered about Rome by one of the Sibylline oracles, one of the Sibyls during the height of the Roman Empire. And I don't think it doesn't say which Sibyl this prophecy came from. I don't think so. Let's see. Hold on, I might be mistaken. Yeah, they don't say. They don't say who the oracle was, the Sibyl was, who delivered this prophecy. They just say it was the last of the African Sibyls who delivered this prophecy. And so I'm going to read this every time right before we read our last, our own personal conspiracy. Thrice 300 years having run their course of fulfillment, Rome by the strife, her people shall perish. Rome is doomed to perish. Listen, y'all. Rome is due to perish. And that indeed by the judgment of God, because it held her name in hatred. And being the enemy of righteousness, it destroyed the people who kept the truth. There shall come to thee from above a heavenly stroke that is deserved, O haughty Rome, and thou shalt be the first to bend thy neck and be razed to the ground, and thee shall fire destructive, utterly consume, cast down upon thy pavements, and thy wealth shall perish, and wolves and foxes dwell in thy foundations, and then shalt thou wholly be desolate, as if not born. Woo! Woo! Woo, 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 woo. Now we pull out our conspiracy. Let me do this different. Yeah. Now we pull out our conspiracy and we read together aloud. Take a couple of deep breaths and get any tension out of your body. And I don't have my staff with me. So if you have your talking stick or you have your yeah, let me grab my staff real quick. Okay. All right. Y'all ready? We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra-Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother's body that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on she who governs everything, all time, and every space in between. She with 1,000 names. Today it is Oya, the usheress of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all the divine ancestors and the ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse cast upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. We the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. We, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harmed. We embolden the fearful. We instill courage. Today, we are staging a global evolution, as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. We give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring them and their confusion and war to an end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. This is the time of reckoning, reclamation, and the restoration of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. Love unlimited is our destiny. Harmony is our destiny. Ecstasy is our destiny. Pleasure is our destiny. Freedom is our destiny. This is her divine will. We are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is as we say forever and ever, Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Woo! Woo. All right, y'all. All right. So those are our conspiracies for the day. That is the energy that we are walking out into the world with today. And so now we will get to the mission at hand. All right. Now my commitment for today, and I am going to try to keep it try to keep it as concise as possible. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Greetings, Leslie, Balance, everybody. I ain't even gonna sit here and name all of y'all, but y'all know who y'all is. Greetings, everybody that's in the room. Some of y'all I ain't seen in a minute. I guess it's because the last several lives I've done have been freaking till the crack of dawn. So this seems to be a good time too. Greetings for everybody that's tuned in via IG. I will make an announcement about my IG page too. So I've seen a lot of you send me follows, and I can't follow you back on this IG channel because I've maxed out the space. And I have not yet purged, people that I don't actually ever communicate with from my IG. So if you want to follow me and me be able to respond, go to my second IG page, which is release.heart.center. 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 Okay. All right. So, all right. There's something else I want to read to you guys today that's going to seem completely unrelated. You know what? I'll just do that now, and then I'll go right into the reading for the temple. So I've been telling y'all and harping for some time now, but especially most recently about paying attention to every seemingly small detail and occurrence of your life, especially if it's something that stops you, like, oh, that's interesting, and then you just move on. Don't move on. Like, even if it's something as simple as doing a quick Google search or a quick etymology search or whatever, always go deeper when those seemingly small moments stop you. Even if it's for a moment, go into it because there's something for you, right? So I decided I had not been for like a neighborhood walk in a long time. And so I said, okay, I've been sitting in my chair for about 3 hours. I'm going to just get up and walk down to Hollywood. And I haven't done that in forever. So I walked down to Hollywood Boulevard, and on the way, on the corner of Sunset and Highland, I see this big billboard, huge billboard that I guess had been sponsored by the mayor's office. It says it's a statement from what's the name? Whatever the mayor name is, Karen Bass, right? And it was a big billboard sponsored by the office. I guess in response, I hadn't heard anything about it until I saw this billboard, but I guess in response to this campaign that's hot in the city right now about there are two elephants, a male elephant and a female elephant that are being, I guess there's a discussion about them being transferred. Oklahoma, transferred from Los Angeles to an Oklahoma zoo. They're being transferred from the Los Angeles Zoo to this zoo in Oklahoma. And I guess there is this big controversy because there's a whole campaign of people saying that they shouldn't be sent. I guess they're very old elephants, and they shouldn't be in a zoo at all, that they should be sent to a sanctuary, right? And so I didn't even know that was something that was happening in LA. I haven't been really paying attention to like that area of politics, right? And so I'm sitting at a bus stop. I'm taking a break because the walk was kind of long. So I'm taking a break. I'm sitting at the bus stop. This is when I see the billboard. And I was like, you know what? While I'm sitting here, let me just Google Reels. And all I did was, what is the spiritual significance of the elephant? That's all I did. It just in response to, for a minute or two that I was sitting there seeing this billboard about this controversy in LA, right? And that shit could have sent me on a wormhole. I allowed myself not to go into the wormhole, but I did send myself a bunch of clips and videos about the significance of elephants, right? And so I had gone to our handy dandy dictionary, women's dictionary of symbols and sacred objects, and let's just see what Barbara Walker got to say about the significance of elephants. Let's see what y'all talking about over here. QB say, I've been thinking about the seemingly instinctual way AAVE will make bad mean good, and vice versa. Now that we're been on the etymology kick, self-correcting in real time. I appreciate that. I like that perspective. I like that. Okay, so this is what Barbara Walker has to say about the significance of elephants. One of Yahweh's biblical titles, Lord of Hosts, was derived from the elephant god Ganesha, whose name meant exactly the same thing. An early version of Yahweh and his spouse were worshipped as bull and cow elephant by Jewish mercenaries of the 5th century BC at Elephantine on the Nile. The Indian elephant god Ganesha impregnated the virgin goddess Maya, who subsequently gave birth to Buddha. The same virgin goddess passed into China as Moye. Wow. God damn. As Moye, mother of the primal culture hero Fuhi or Fuxi. The white elephant god impregnated her by surrounding her with a magic rainbow as she walked near a river. So in the West, the virgin goddess impregnated by the Lord of hosts became the Greeks Maya. So Maya, and for the Greeks Maia, mother of Hermes. God damn it, mother of Hermes. Mother of Hermes, the enlightened one, and of course, her more familiar Christian counterpart as well, see Mary. Elephants were considered symbols of powerful sexual energy in ancient India. Shiva sometimes took the form of an elephant or became the father of an elephant headed divine child. Similarly, Krishna could metamorphose into an elephant in conjunction with his highly sexed consort Radha, whose name means she elephant. The famous white elephant, usually painted of Hindu sacred ritual, represented the dormant sexual energy of the living power. The elephant-headed Ganesha was Christianized as the elephant-headed demon Behemoth, still representing sexual energy. Despite such diabolization, medieval traditions continue to regard elephant ivory as a powerful magic. A war horn made of such ivory was mentioned in the Chanson de Roland, where it was called an oliphant. Similar horns of ivory figured largely in other medieval romances about knightly battles. Um, Also, and I wrote in my notes, in Ifa tradition, Obatala, the god of white, is represented by a white elephant. If you Google images of Obatala, more often than not, you will see Obatala either as an old man with white hair, like a jet black old man with white beard here, white head here, and all white sitting on top of a white elephant. The other animal that is, which is interesting, listening to what the story says about the history of the elephant and other cultures, and I'm always bringing in Ifa because nobody ever brings any other African tradition into these discussions. So I'm always bringing in Ifa about the other animal that is represented by, or the other animal that is a representative animal of Obatala is Anansi, the spider, is the spider, right? So, which we talked about at length 2 nights ago. Do you hear what I'm saying? I hope y'all hear what I'm saying. Go back and watch that live I did Thursday night, because the whole live was about, which was the title. It was called, I think the title of the live was We the Weavers. Was it We the Weavers or something to that effect, just 2 nights ago? So if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not going to go into a deep dive about it. You can go back to that. But the whole live that I did, at least the whole first hour of it, was about me sitting here going into this deep dive about spiders, about webs, about goddesses that were considered spider goddesses, or the fates pictured as weavers, or fairy tale stories that have in some way or another to do with weavers or weaving, right? Like any fairy tale that you've ever seen about or read about a spindle, right? Like, what was it, Rumpelstiltskin, and not only Rumpelstiltskin, Sleeping Beauty, and also, what is it, what's her name, ooh, Rapunzel, right? So these are all stories that, if you are paying attention, which most of us never were, because we have the frame of reference to, right? All of these stories are in some way or another taking us back to this memory that we've lost about the history, in the ancient world, of the significance of the weavers, of the significance of the spiders, of the significance of the web, right? Okay, so we won't go into that deep, but it's just interesting how the elephant came up just on a little walk. I go into it, and even the elephant in this relationship, even though it is kind of like roundabout, this relationship of the elephant to the weavers, right? So I thought that was interesting. And there was one more thing I wanted to, oh, and also, so I just talked on that live about weavers, like braiders, like the history of braiding as quote weaving, right? I talked about, especially when I was telling you, I saw this video about the history of Black women not only using their hair to hide food during the capture process, when Black people were being forced to come to the Americas and didn't know what was on the other side, how the women, not knowing, weaved nuts and seeds and rice and grains in their hair to make sure that they could eat once they got to wherever it is they were going, and how further on down the line into the slavery project, how Black women had begun to use, again, hair weaving to create maps, very detailed maps for people who were trying to get free on the Underground Railroad, and how tied to that, weavers known as quilt makers were doing the same thing with quilts, right? Was, quilting maps and details on maps and stuff like that on these quilts that people would take with them and leave at different locations so other people could know how to get where they was going. So that kind of weaving, I'll probably do a whole other episode, because that's not the only type of weaving that we do. Hair and like blankets and quilts and that kind of stuff. Also, there was a whole nother component that I didn't even mention on Thursday because it had gotten so long, but weavers in terms of dancing and music, and the whole history of dancing and music being seen as the craft of weaving, music, and especially in the pre-patriarchal age. Oh, the deep dive was so spectacular. The pre-patriarchal history of women creating music and women dancing, and this being seen as crafts of the weavers. Okay, so that's something I'll get into on another day, but just know that's coming. So who was it said that? Brittany Smith. So I appreciate your question. I'm not going to go into that deep, but my recommendation for anybody that contacts me about dreams, the easiest thing, the quickest thing to do, right? Let's see. The quickest and easiest thing to do is what I do. If I have a dream that I don't understand, but it plagued me in a way, or it stayed with me in a way that I know it meant something, first, that we got the web, the literal web, right there at our fingertips. I go into the web and I Google, what does it mean if I dream about a white elephant? I dream about snakes and sharks a lot. So that's what I'm gonna be in, right? So that's the first thing you do. And then what you can do after you do just like a basic general search, you can do that different ways. What is the spiritual meaning of the white elephant? What does a dream about a white elephant mean, right? Whatever. And then any other details that may give you more insight on that dream. Was the white elephant sitting? Was the white elephant playing with a baby? Was there somebody on top of the white elephant? Was there rain or storms? Was it sunny? Was the elephant at a water hole? You feel me? So add those details once you do that initial search. What is this? You can do that search several ways, which I do. I'm telling you what I do. Okay. So I'll do the first thing. What's the spiritual meaning of a white elephant? Boom. What does it? What does a totem of a white elephant mean? What is the white elephant? Your totem? You feel me? What does the totem of a white elephant mean? Right? What is the occult symbolism of the white elephant? Because there's, for everything, there is probably a corresponding occult symbolism, right? Google the etymology of the word elephant. What is the origin of this word? Right? Google the etymology of the word elephant. You feel me? And then after you do that, do a Hebrew etymology of the word elephant. Those things seem insignificant, but they will tell you something deep and profound. I Google both ways: basic etymology and then Hebrew etymology. Okay, and then after that, what does a dream about a white elephant mean? Get the basic meaning behind that. Now, this is what I add onto what I'm telling you. Thank you for that question. As a matter of fact, this is a lesson. I'm telling you the basic ways that I search information that I'm interested in, whether it comes through in a dream or an epiphany or whatever. You feel me? But what I add onto everything that I teach you is beyond and before everything. Trust your flesh first. Don't take word for word, verbatim, the definition handed to you by doing a Google search. Trust your flesh. You feel me? So if you Google what does a dream about a white elephant mean, and you read a whole long page of shit, don't take that shit verbatim. What resonates with your flesh? What do I mean by that? Do you get the goosebumps when you read a specific part? Do you feel a shortness of breath that you don't feel when you read the rest of the thing? Trust your flesh, man. Trust your flesh. Do you get tingles in your hair or on the back of your neck when there is something very specific that you read in a whole long article about what a dream about a white elephant means? Trust that. Jot that down. Say, okay, I felt that. I felt that. All of these things. I felt that. You keep what you need and leave the rest. Don't be just taking people's interpretation verbatim. What they get, what they learn may not resonate with you, and that's okay. That's okay. Okay. So and I want to tell you, thank you so much, by the way, Brittany Smith, for asking that question, because it's a word, it's a lesson. Do that for everyone, for everything, for every encounter you ever have, for every lesson you hear, for every lecture you hear, for every class you take from somebody who's supposed to know more than you. Trust your flesh before all else. Trust your flesh before all else. Don't mean that they are wrong. It just means that everything that everyone says is not true because they say it. And even if it's true for them, it does not have to be true for you. Trust your flesh. Trust your flesh. So that's how I do everything. I know I am a genius, but I had to learn to study this way. I had to learn this way. I had to teach myself how to study. So I'm putting y'all on game is what I'm doing, because I teach y'all this way. I teach y'all what I had to work out for myself the hard way. Because if you look back at your school life, if you look back at high school, grade school, middle school, did anybody teach you how to study? Or did they just throw a bunch of information at you and said, memorize it for the test? Did anybody in high school ever stop you and say, these are the key takeaways for how to study and retain this information so that you not only pass your test, but use it and apply it? Did anybody teach you how to study? When you were in college, did anybody teach you how to study? Okay. So when I finally went back to college after years of being out, thank you, Claudia Ankra, for the donation, baby. And I also want to thank, I don't see them on here right now, but I made a mental note that I was not going to miss thanking this person. There is a person, GJP, who is on here very, very often. And I made a declaration that I have not reiterated as often as I said I would, but I just remembered them. I made a declaration a week ago that I watch a lot of people's YouTube channels, And there are some YouTube channels that it doesn't matter what they talking about, because sometimes they can be talking about some straight up bullshit. You feel me? But no matter, they will have people making anywhere from $2 to $5 donations in real time. They usually just do it through like the super chats or super thanks or whatever. But y'all can do that any of the ways that I laid out: my Zelle, PayPal, Cashapp, Venmo, buying something on my Etsy store, whatever. But I've seen people's YouTube channels where they'll make anywhere from $300 to $3,000 in a single live in real time. You can actually see. And I'm like, okay, I usually have now around a good, I would say my average is around 65 to 100 people watching my lives live, right? And if everybody donated $2, like that's a lookout, right? And this person took that to heart, even though I haven't even said it as often as I said I was going to say it. Like, I would encourage everybody that joins the live to make a minimum dollar contribution of $2 every time I go live. I only go live 2 or 3 times a week. You feel me? I'm like, that would be a good lookout. And that person has done that every single solitary live that they've been on since I made that declaration. So I wanted to shout them out. That was GJP, who is always, every single time since I made that declaration almost 2 weeks ago, about encouraging everybody that tunes in live to make a donation of $2 to $5 during the live. And that person has taken it to heart every single time since then. Every single time I've gone live since then. So I wanted to shout them out. See, they just did. Their ears must have been burning because I don't see them on here, but they literally just now made that same $2 donation in real time for the live. So thank you, GJP, for your commitment to that call that I made a couple of weeks ago. Thank you, Olivia Robinson, for her donation. And yeah, so that's everybody. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, so in response to, I think it was Brittany Smith. Let's see. Yes, Brittany Smith. Hold on, let me see. Thank you, Vortex Ninja, for your donation. I appreciate you for that. Okay, so again, the last thing I'll say, Brittany Smith, about your original question. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Roz, or Rose from the Dead. Oh, I love it. Rose from the Dead. Thank you so much for your donation. Thank you so much. It's Miss D for your donation. I love the little I love the little karate fox emoji. Rose from the Dead. I love it. Thank y'all for that. So Brittany, and to everyone for that matter, I feel like it was a worthy digression. The reason I say trust your flesh, to be much more direct and specific and scientific about the thing. In EFI tradition, I used to hear all the time, right? Like this notion that, when a baby is born, this is an ancestor return, right? They would say, oh, look at this little ancestor return, this little baby, right? And that is because in EFI tradition and in most African spiritual traditions or traditional religions, we believe in reincarnation like a host of people around the planet, but we believe in familial reincarnation, which means you are reborn through your bloodline, through your DNA. Okay, we believe in familial reincarnation because some people believe that you can come back as anything, as a spider or a cow or elephant or a rat or whatever, and that there's no judgment that I have towards that. People's beliefs are their own, but in Ifa and most African traditions, they believe in familial reincarnation, which scientifically makes sense because we are taught now, at least in science, in genetics and epigenetics, that what is it? That you have access to at least 14 generations of antecedents. What I mean by antecedents is those who came before you, right? Your ancestors. So this is based on epigenetics. You have access to if you use it. You have access to if you dig for it. You have access to if you know how to remove the blockages that deny that access. You have access to at least 14 generations of genetic memory and code available to you. And epigenetics is not just about passing down skin color, eye color, hair color, and the like. Epigenetics is about the influence, the environmental and external influence, and how those influences can have an impact and change your structural DNA and chromosomes, baby. That's why trauma is passed down through DNA. That's why happiness can be transferred down DNA. That's why colonial psychoses can be passed down in DNA. That's why terror and trauma and all of these can be passed down in DNA. But those are not the only things. And right now, everybody is so super stuck on, trauma, ancestral trauma. That's all everybody talk about. And the problem is I guarantee you that there is more available through your DNA than just fucking trauma. I promise you, I guarantee you that there is more available to you than just trauma in your DNA. But the problem is that the external environment is teaching us to focus solely on trauma. And this is what we reproduce over and over and over and over and over again, because that's the only thing that we focus on. You feel me? This inherent idea woven into colonial, imperial, white supremacist science, right? Science as viewed through the lens of white nationalist, patriarchal lunatics, you feel me? Then it serves them for that to be the only thing that we think that we can acquire through our DNA. You feel me? And so even within the concept of this, all the noise begins to teach us away from those other things that we have access to. I'll tell you, it's going to be, but it was a small mini deep dive that I did, because I was like, damn, why people keep saying 14 generations? Why do they keep saying 14 generations, right? So I just Googled one, how far back from today would 14 generations be? I don't remember what I wrote down. But when I did that, something else came up, a biblical reference to 14 generations. And according to this website, for the first time, at least in modern history, that they can recall 14 generations has been mentioned, is that according to the Bible, there was exactly 14 generations that passed between the time of Abraham getting his quote divine calling from Yahweh, you feel me? From the time that Abraham got his divine download from Yahweh to the birth of Christ was exactly 14 generations. I said, oh fuck. Oh shit. So I said, let me put this away. Let me just scribble this down to revisit another time. But here we are all these years later, the year, 2025, you feel me? And all these scientists are saying in circles that they know you ain't paying attention to, epigenetics and genetic research, that human beings we see now have access to at least 14 generations of genetic memory, genetic code, genetic experiences passed down. Okay, so that's why I tell you to trust your flesh. When I mention Ephi and how Ephi says that when a baby is born, this is an ancestor return, and then I talk about, how Ephi says that we believe in familial reincarnation. All that is an African spiritual explanation of what white people are now saying is 14 generations of passed down memory through the cellular DNA. It's the same exact concept, different languages, different cultures. That's all it is. You feel me? And so more than likely, when we're talking about whether we're talking about spiritually or whether we're talking about scientifically, because there's a lot of concepts we talk about in scientific circles. There's this concept known as the ghost in the genes, right? And that is more of an explanation about how trauma passes through the DNA, right? The impact again of environmental factors that cause such a deep amount of trauma that it can cause mutations on the cellular DNA. Okay? And if nothing happens, if that trauma is not addressed through medicine, herbs, therapies, and whatever, then that genetic mutation will remain in the DNA until it is finally addressed and resolved. Do you hear me? Ooh, this is a whole live. I got to do it. I got to do it. I'm not going to do it today, but I have to get into this. I'm making a note so I don't forget. Damn. Ooh, do you hear me? Oh my God. You understand? So, for the sake of the discussion that we're having today, okay? Whoo. Yo. Yeah, damn. For the sake of the discussion that we're having today, okay? Because I want to keep it focused. When I talk about these things, when I talk about in response to Britney Spears, and when I say, trust your flesh before all else, the culmination of all of that shit that I just ran down on you is about the fact that we are older than this incarnation. We are older than this incarnation. We have, at least that we can recall, 14 lifetimes, okay? 14 lifetimes of experiences that we can tap into. Whether you call it an ancestor, whether you call it your past life, it's all the same thing. I'm just trying to give you a whole ass word. This is what it means to be bridging the gaps between science and spirituality, between the material world and the spiritual world, between your past life and your future incarnation. This is what it means. This is what it looks like. Science and spirit are not at war with each other. They are a harmonious one. Two interpretations, two presentations, two. What was the scientific explanation of the difference between energy and mass? That they are the same in different forms. They are the same. Energy and mass, baby. They are the same in different forms. When water turns to gas, it is the same in different forms. Do you understand what I'm saying? This us. This science, this spirit, this the past, this the future. You feel me? This dimension, or 13, 14, 25 other dimensions, the same one in two different forms of presentations. The same idea, different languages to express the same idea. Do you understand? This is what it means. So those of you who have been following me for some time, purposefully, I do this dance between science and scientific studies and spirituality, and how they correspond with one another, how they prove one another, how they add up to one another. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when I tell Brittany, when she tell me that she has been having a dream about a white elephant, and I'm telling her how to study that for herself, it is not just about taking information verbatim into your skull and consciousness. It is about how to take information in, process it, and filter it through your own peculiar lived experience to keep what you read for yourself as it may apply to you in that lived experience, and leave everything else in the garbage. Do you understand? Leave it where it is. If your flesh does not respond, because when your flesh responds, this is the last thing I will add to that. When I say trust your flesh before all else, when your flesh responds, what is responding? What in your flesh is responding to something that seems familiar to you, something that seems applicable to you, even though you've never heard it, right? What is it in your flesh that is responding? It's your goddamn DNA, baby. It's the familiarity of, oh my God. Oh, 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 ooh, oh. Mm. Yes. Oh my God. Listen, what is it that you are experiencing when you feel something, quote, resonate with you? How Black people say all the time when they hear something, they're like, damn, I felt that. Or, somebody say something dope on TV and you say, God damn, I felt that shit. Well, I felt that shit in my spirit. You feel me? That kind of response. What is it specifically that you are feeling? What is it? What is happening in your body when something resonates with you to the core, but you can't give word to it or you can't articulate it? It's your DNA. The reason I had a whole ass moment is because I told y'all I had just finished rewatching that show, The Discovery of Witches, right? And I think it's the very last episode when they discover that the twins that she had, Diana, the twins that she had, the girl child was a vampire and the boy child was a witch. And when the child's vampire brother, the boy child, when the boy's vampire brother picked him up, and the dad was like, "Why are you holding him so much?" And he said, "Because I can hear his blood sing. I can hear his blood sing." They said that so many times throughout the entire show, like how one species would recognize the other for some reason. It was only the witches who, quotes, blood would sing. That's how the other creatures, the demons, the vampires, because there was only three creatures. It was the demons, the vampires, and the witches. And how all the other species, right? All the other creatures automatically knew who a witch was because, quote, we can hear their blood sing, right? That's why I just had that moment. Think about that metaphor the next time you have an experience with something you read, something you hear, some experience that you have, some new idea or new experience that's happening to you, and you get this like cascade of all kinds of things. Your heart flutters, or your heart skips a beat, or you have shortness of breath, or you have an extraordinary sense of deja vu. Think about it like that. Think about the fact that those things that have been hidden, deliberately driven underground by your conditioning, by your fucking enemy, by the state, by your religion, those things function to stifle and dig and bury that which you have access to. When you experience that, think about it like that. Think about it as your DNA singing to you, your DNA responding, your DNA coming up a level out of the shadow, coming up a level out of the dark. Okay? What is for you, you keep it. But the only way you are going to know what is for you is to allow your blood to sing, baby. Is to relax in your body. What did our tarot deck say that I'm always bringing up? I don't even remember what card it is. You understand? But there's a card in this deck that I love so much because at the end of it, after she say all the things, she said, "Baby, look, this is the goddess talking to the inquirer, whoever is getting the divination." The goddess, it says in here, it says, "I, as the goddess, I, as your interface with the world, it is me that allows you to interface with the world. But I cannot do my most radical work." Wait a minute. She says, "But listen, you are what is the word she used? You are the facilitator of my will. And it is only through a well-rested and relaxed you that I can do my best work. It is only through a well-rested and relaxed you that I can do my best work." This being the common knowledge, it makes sense that your enemy would have you stressed out all the time, have doing shock and awe campaigns to have you in fight or flight, in rigid and short of breath all the time. As soon as you hit the floor and check your first social media status, is some bullshit. It's some bullshit that is trying to affirm in you you cannot win, to try to inform you, to try to trick you into contributing to your inevitable end by harnessing your fear, by by harvesting your fear. You understand what I'm saying? I just saw before I got up on here, right before I got up on here, when I was going into my IG to get ready to do the live on IG, this guy was saying, I sent it to myself because I couldn't watch the whole thing before getting up on here. But I said, oh my God, this is the question of the fucking day. This guy did this whole thing about how he shows a video first. He shows a little video clip, apparently that's gone like mega viral, right? And it's this white girl doing this, like, this live of herself full bodied, and she's like a stereotypical white girl, blonde hair, blue eyes, look like she might have been a cheerleader in high school, but she's got on a croc top, and her whole abdomen is covered with a tattoo. And so it appears as if she is responding to the negative feedback that she has gotten from having this massive abdominal tattoo, saying like, does every man find tattoos on women unattractive or whatever? And then so he plays that first little clip, and then he comes on and he says, I know this is triggering. I know that, this video so far has gotten like millions and millions of views or whatever. He said, but I hate to tell you this. He said, this person is not real. It has been now discovered that this person, who looks very real, is an AI generated AI generated character that comes specifically from an account that is using AI rage bait. Like, that's the whole account's purpose, is to create AI rage bait. And so now the AI has gotten so goddamn sophisticated that he said that 80%, 85, I think he said 85% of new pages that are being created specifically on like TikTok, YouTube, and other like, social media accounts like that. 85% of new accounts are AI generated rage bait accounts. That's what he said. 85%. He said, so he said, because in an age where your attention is currency, just clicking on it, just looking at it again, because now you mad. You feel me? He said, your attention in this world that we're stepping into is the currency. Your attention, your emotions are being harvested in real time, because you will react based on your emotions. You will react in different ways. You'll spend all this time like debating. He said the majority of the people that you are debating with are not real. They are bots. They are fucking bots. Do you understand me? And so I said this some months ago, but he made it so much more simplistic than the last time I talked about it. He said, if your energy, if your emotions, just your attention by clicking on some shit, your emotions are being harvested because it's the primary currency in a digital age. It's the primary currency in a digital age that is your response to shit that is deliberately create. Not only that, he said that AI generated clickbaits as of last year. AI generated clickbait generated $80 billion. $80 billion. Billion with a B. He showed projections from the beginning of this discussion that we started having about AI, maybe 10, 15 years ago, when it was brand new and seemed a little bit, out there. He showed projections of wealth growth, wealth generation based solely on AI on social media. $80 billion last year generated off harvesting your fucking emotions. This is the age. This is the period. How are we going to use this technology to benefit us instead of allowing this technology to do what it was always said that it was going to do if we didn't take the reins on the shit? which is to find new and creative ways to further exploit us, to further exploit our energy, to further corral us into fucking despair. $80 billion generated off goddamn rage bait last year, baby. That's what I mean when I say trust your flesh. God damn it. Because even though AI technology seems so wonderful and amazing and all of this shit, your inherent, innate, locked in your cellular DNA as a memory you can't access, that technology is more advanced and older than AI generated rage bait. Trust you, goddamn it. Trust you. You feel me? Now let me pause for a second because I've had some donations come through while I was running my mouth, but I didn't want to break the momentum. You feel me? So let me go back for a second and shout y'all out. Okay. Shanta J, thank you for the donation, my dear. Let's see. Tony Pettis, thank you for the donation, sweetheart. Let's see. And then there were several that came through as notifications. So let's see. Thank you, Erica, for the donation. Ursula, thank you so much for the donation. Edwina, that's a gorgeous name. Thank you for the donation. Beverly, thank you for the donation. Let's see. All right. I think I got everybody. Erica, okay, Ursula, Edwina, Vertex Ninja, GJP, thank you all for the donations. Okay, so let's keep going. I didn't know that was going to turn into a whole word, so I want to shout Brittany Smith out again for that question that I was just going to say. Just no, go check go check Google. That's what I do, blah, 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 and move on. But no, that would be irresponsible of me. Move through a bunch of different ideas on different ways on how to cross the thing that you're trying to research. But then after you do that, mark those things that resonate with you. Mark them down, write them down. You feel me? Use them as you will. I told y'all the first ritual I ever did in my whole life. The first ritual, no, it was the second. Let me correct that. The second ritual I ever did in my whole life. I was not a priest. I was still a baby in Ifa tradition. There was this big magnanimous event happening on the spring equinox. And my Ile, nobody in my Ile full of women. All the priestesses, all the high priestesses in the Ile were women. And I was like, yo, I know that this ain't really what we talk about a lot, but there is this astronomical event happening and we can't miss it. Everybody on earth is talking about it. At the time, they were saying there were no more available flights to Egypt from anywhere because of all these people descending on the pyramids for this event, that there were no more flights available for people to go to, what do you call it? It's right on the tip of my tongue. In England, the monolith in England, the freaking circle thing. God damn, I can't even think. Y'all, somebody help me, please. The big circle monolith in northern England. Y'all, it's basic. It's right there. I can't even think. Stonehenge. Thank you. Right? That they were not allowing any more access to Stonehenge during this event. Right? That people were going to Machu Picchu en masse for this event. You feel me? And so I'm trying, and I'm saying all of this as I'm talking to the leaders in my Ile. Now, mind you, I'd only been in the tradition now maybe a year or two. Okay, so I'm an infant, and so I'm just pleading. I'm like, look, they're gonna be naked ass white women in the woods doing what they doing all over the planet. We negresses need to be out in the woods doing the same motherfucking shit. We need to be doing the same shit. They're going to be white women praying for their abundance. But right now, as the world is, their abundance comes at our expense. They ain't praying for freedom and abundance. They praying for abundance. And when they pray for abundance, bitch, that shit come at our expense. That come at colored people's expense. That come at oppressed people's expense. And these, quote, spiritual white women are going to be all over the planet pulling jack moves on their behalf and in their interest. And if their interests were aligned with like the sovereignty and freedom of everybody else, then okay, get it how you get it. But their interests are aligned with patriarchy. Their interests are aligned with misogyny. Their interests are aligned with goddamn dominance. And so when they out there in the woods casting spells and dancing under the moon and shit, they ain't, even if that ain't in their consciousness, their lived experience that has not been resolved always pits them energetically against the rest of us. It does. And so our asses, I'm like, y'all bitches know way more than I could ever know. We need to be out in these motherfucking woods like these white women. And so I begged and pleaded and could not win a single solitary priest from my Elay to lead a ceremony of Black women out in these goddamn woods. This was while I was in Tampa. I was so disappointed, but I was like, fuck that. Okay, fine. I started rallying women. I started calling everybody I know. Now, this is me as the political organizer because I knew everybody in the Tampa Bay area, St. Pete and Tampa. I was like, you bitches ready to get out in these motherfucking trees and get it popping? They was like, what you thinking? I'm like, this is what I'm thinking. Boom, 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 boom. We gonna bring this. We gonna bring that. We gonna jump the fence. We gonna, right? There were a total of like 23 women that committed to come with me out in the woods. I was like, I'll do all the preliminary work. I'll buy all the supplies. You bring your offering in a blanket. That's it. I'll bring all the supplies. I'll bring the tiki torches. I'll scout the location. You feel me? At the end of it all, child, one woman came with me. One woman out of 23 commitments. One woman came with me. We had to jump a fence because in Tampa, all the parks are locked and closed after hours. There are no public parks where you can just be at. You feel me? And so we had to jump a fucking fence. We had a whole bag full of shit. You feel me? I went and bought all the things that we were going to use as sacrifice. And I was like, you know, it ain't but us. You know what I'm saying? Midnight is coming upon us because this was supposed to be the peak of the astrological event. I was like, you still with it? Because I understand if you feel like you need to leave because it ain't just us. And she was like, no, I'm up in here. A Haitian sister. She was like, no, I'm up in here. You feel me? She had actually been a patient of mine. That's the only relationship that we had. But her illness was so deep and so profound. I was like, yo ass more than anybody need to be up out here in these motherfucking trees. So she was like, I'm with it. Let's go. So we jumped the fence and fucking, I think it was like 11. I think it was like 11. We jumped the fence because we wanted to start at the peak time of this event. We jumped the fence. We prepared the area. I don't know if y'all can see. Y'all probably can't see it through all this stuff, but I have this big, giant hand woven. It's a dream catcher, but the dream catcher is in the colors of the Native American medicine wheel. We had that as the focal point. We brought pictures of our female ancestors. I told her, if you have a specific prayer, write it out before we get here so you don't leave out anything. You don't forget anything. Write out your prayer. You feel me? We brought the sacrificial offerings for the Iami. And if you know, you know. And, if you don't know, you can email me and we can go into further detail. But we brought the sacrificial offerings for the Iami. So let me tell you, the reason I'm telling you this is because this is the first ceremony I ever. It's the first, my IG. Hold on just a second. Yeah, it's going to stay fucked up. So let me stop this IG so I can reopen the feed. These bastards. It's bullshit. So let me use this as a moment to go get myself some water. Okay. Sorry about that, but I didn't want them to miss this. Okay. So, damn, that's good. I just got these new sparkling waters. That shit was jamming. Okay. So the reason I'm mentioning all of this, I'm not going to tell you the whole story, but you get the gist. We went out there, we got it cracking. But this was the first ceremony I had ever led for anyone else. I wasn't a priest. I didn't know what it meant to be a priest. I was just like, I knew the importance and the significance of this astrological event, and my spirit wouldn't let me rest. All the sisters and I approached every priest in my elay, not one. And so I'll be honest, when I, because I believed in the tradition exactly the way it was being taught to me, word for word, verbatim. No coloring outside the lines. I learned a very specific way. Excuse me. And because I was a novice, I'll be honest, I was scared. I was like, okay, we can't be out here reckless. We can't be out here doing this shit by ourselves. You feel me? We babies in the tradition. The sister that was with me, even though she's Haitian, she wasn't involved in Ifa. She had a very minuscule voodoo background, but she was like, no, I'm new too. We knew each other because she was a patient of mine, right? And so I was like, okay, we need one of these priests, because all the priests in my elay had been priests their whole lives. They were born in the tradition. One of the younger priests, who was still my age, she was crowned Shango when she was born. She was crowned Shango when she was born. Do you understand me? So these women, they'd never been exposed to the church. That's, to me, was a huge benefit of being aligned with an elay in the tradition, where you weren't dealing exclusively with people who had been traumatized by any of these Abrahamic religions. They were born in the tradition. They were surrounded in the tradition. To me, these were the sole custodians of the practice of Ifa in the United States of America. But because the downside to that was a great upside, but the downside to that was that they did not have they didn't have a specific set of life experiences that would have helped them to see outside, not in opposition to priestesses. Priest, the same thing. A priestess in the tradition is still called a priest. A priest of Oshun, whatever. So tomato, essentially. And so, because I think you weren't here when I said earlier that all the priests in my elay are women. All the priests, all from the oldest to all the head priests in my elay were women. You feel me? And so when I approached them, and I approached them all, and not one came out there with us. And I was like, fuck. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I could just do my little ceremony by myself, because I do a little this, a little that, like a little abundance ritual, or a little this or that. But I was like, no, this is way, way bigger than burning a motherfucking bay leaf or some shit. You feel me? Or lighting a candle or some shit. You feel me? And I was like, no, we need women. And since none of the women in our elay are going to facilitate for us, and I didn't know enough about Ifa itself to even fashion a ceremony that was strictly within the parameters of Ifa. I didn't even know enough. That's how young I was in the tradition. I didn't even know enough about Ifa to fashion a ceremony, to fashion a ritual that was strictly within the boundaries of Ifa. So I was like, fuck it. And I stressed about it for some time. I stressed about it for about 2 weeks. This event happened in March of, I want to say March of 2012 or 2013. Okay. And so up until very recently, every March, I would do a serious detox, serious for the whole month. No, at that time I was hardcore. No, no social media, zero social media, no, no sugar, no animal, like vegan, strict vegan for that month. No sugar, no alcohol, and no sex. That was every single March in preparation for the spring equinox, right? And so I had done all of that. Now, this was in February when I approached my Elay, and I was told no. Okay. So I was like, I stressed about it for about 2 weeks. Like, do I need to bring these women out to the woods, or do I just need to do something for myself, by myself? Right. Because I didn't know enough. And I was like, damn, I don't want anything fucked up to happen to anybody. And then, it be on me. But after about 2 weeks of stressing and trying to win my Elay and couldn't win it, I was like, well, fuck it. We got to get up out here. Like, it wouldn't let me lay. It wouldn't let me sleep. And so I said, okay, well, what am I going to do? What does this energy, who does this energy speak to? You feel me? This event. So the event was a spring equinox. That's why Stonehenge. That's why, Machu Picchu. That's why the pyramids, people were scattering from all over the world, booking out airline tickets to all these locations because it was happening on an equinox, right? And I was like, okay, so what I did, baby, this is the web. And I done told y'all 1,000 times now, right? We can call it something different later, okay? But in Ifa tradition, and I told y'all the elder priest in my temple at that time, and she's in her 80s, she said, you have the power to dictate how this thing works in your life, the internet, the World Wide Web, the access to instant information that we have. She said, because no matter what people are doing, no matter how people are using this shit, no matter how people are trying to manipulate you with this shit, whether it's music, whether it's media, whether it's film, or whether it's the internet, she said, it is still all the domain of Obatala. It is all the domain of Obatala. Now, I just mentioned, look at how shit works, because this wasn't nowhere near what I was going to talk to y'all about. But let me just tell y'all what the weaving process looks like in real time. I open by talking to you about a story about the white elephant and the symbolic meaning of the elephant and the symbolic meaning of the element. And the last thing I said was the elephant is one of the chief animals of Obatala. And then the other animal is a Nazi, the spider. The spider, because Obatala works out a way where there is no way and shit. You feel me? Represented by the spider in the web. You feel me? And so here we are. I'm telling you that this elder priest back in like 2010 told me that told our whole Elay that all of these mediums, books, everything that has to do with like image and storytelling and all of that stuff, that they are all the domain of Obatala. They're all the domain. So she said, it don't matter if people are plotting and scheming against you with these instruments, that God living in your head as the white light of Obatala, there's something for you in it. If you can see through what it is your opposer is attempting to manipulate through these instruments, you can see through that to get what it is Obatala is trying to teach you, what Obatala is trying to tell you. You feel me? So I was like, all right. All right, that's all I need. You feel me? So what I did, being a baby novice in the tradition, was this is the first grimoire I ever had. This one, right? This was my baby walk through Ifa. We used to organize my political organization, the organization my ex-husband and I founded. We started hiring the chief priest of the temple twice a month to come to our house for our political meetings. And as a part of our political meetings, she would start the meeting with our Orisha studies. We wanted to infuse African traditional religion into our political work. And so she would do our Orisha study groups. And this is where I would take my notes from these study groups that she would do with our organization. This is my very, very entry into the tradition, right? And so when it came down to this event, the event was, I think it was 2012 or 2013, but it was a spring equinox. And it was the first time, I don't remember, but it was some extraordinary number. I think it was like 2,100 years or some shit. It was the first time in 2,100 years that an equinox of this gravity had occurred. It was a blue blood, black moon on the equinox. A blue blood black moon on the equinox, on the spring equinox. The first in, like, I think it was 2,100 years or something like that. I was like, we got to get out here and get this fucking work done. We got to get out here and get this work done. So it's just me. Okay, so I'm not going to tell you about the ceremony. I'm just telling you how I got to it, because this was the first ritual I facilitated for anyone other than myself. Okay. And all I did as a baby was go onto YouTube and say, what are rituals for the equinox? What are rituals for a blue moon? What are rituals for a black moon? What are rituals for a full moon? What are the goddesses from every culture? What are the goddesses associated? Oh, it was a super moon too. It was a super moon. What are the goddesses associated with full moons? What are the goddesses associated with black moons? What are the goddesses associated with a blue moon? What are the goddesses associated with a spring equinox? And then after, looking for days and days and days, really, it took me weeks actually to write this ceremony, to write this ritual. It took me weeks. And it didn't have to, because I had an elay full of female priests of the tradition. But in the absence of being able to harness that knowledge that they held within them, I had to go to the internet, weave through all of this stuff. And just like I just told Brittany Smith, I'm looking through everything. I'm looking through European rituals, Asian goddesses, African goddesses, Native American goddesses, rituals, all the things. I'm crossing in every possible way that I can. Whatever I feel. Whatever I read that sent something through me, I kept that and left the rest. On to the next search. Kept what was useful, kept what resonated with me, left the rest. You feel me? And so the deities that we decided to hold up for me and this one Haitian sister, right? The deities that we decided to hold up for this ceremony was the Iami. And so when we talk about the Iami, we're talking about the chief three, okay? The Iami is all the things, but we're talking about the chief representatives of the Iami, which is Oshun, Oya, and Yemaya. So we were going to hold up Yemaya, Oshun, and Oya, Kali, Aset, otherwise known as Isis, Ma'at, Sekhmet, and that was it. Those were the deities that we were holding up in the ceremony. You feel me? And next to each one of them's names, because I was not deep in this shit. I had just been an atheist a hot second before. So this was a learning process for me. I was not familiar with any of these goddesses in any deep way at all, because I was an atheist for 12 years before, right? So I was like, all right, this sounds good. My aunt, Sekhmet, let's go. I said, that sounds good. Kali, yep, like that. These were the deities that we were holding up in this ceremony. And then I made a list of things that we would need. We also held up our ancestors. So not only our personal bloodline ancestors, but also we did a whole thing in the introduction for the honoring and making space for the native ancestors whose blood still flowed through the land of the Northern Hemisphere. We did that. And then this is the ritual. So when I tell you we was out there, okay, that was the list. These were the prayers, the incantations, the prayers. Because I was like, look, I don't know what I'm doing. You feel me? But I trust me. But I don't know what I'm doing. I let every sister know. Okay, we gonna be out here getting it in. You feel me? I said, but what we got to do is make sure before anything, we protect the space that we gonna be in, because we don't need nothing coming up into the space that don't belong there or ain't been called up in there. You feel me? So we went through this whole thing about calling the corners, where we ain't got 4 people to call the corners. Well, I was like, fuck it, I take 2, you take 2. And I wrote I wrote the incantation to call the corners. I did not know anything about this shit. Okay? At all. I was like, look, this sounds good. I wrote traditional pairs to call the corners, and then I changed them. I made additions and withdrawals based on what I felt in my spirit, based on what I felt in my fucking flesh, bitch, based on what I felt in my body. I wrote down every single prayer that to call the corners and the elements of those corners and made adjustments as I saw fit with no background. But I trusted me. You feel me? So that was part of it. And then we kept going on and on and on. We were out there from 11 to like 3 o'clock in the morning. You feel me? We brought wine. We brought wine to offer the goddesses and the ancestors. And then we brought a bottle of wine for ourselves. We did prayers on her abdomen. Child, and I told y'all can go back into another live. But I told y'all the outcome of that ceremony was exactly almost to the date. A year later, this thing that I had been treating this woman for and taking her to other doctors for, that she had been living with for 18 years, unresolved, honey, she called me exactly 2 weeks before the date that we did that ceremony. And what she had always been told was inoperable and irreversible was resolved without any negative side effects. All the negative side effects they told her were potential. None of the potential side effects. Almost a week to the date that we staged that ceremony out in the damn woods. And I told that story to my ex-partner, the brother I told you was Baba Lao. And he was like, and he's been Baba Lao. He was Oshun. I mean, he was Ogun first, and then he became Baba Lao. And he'd been Baba Lao 32 years. Old head. And he told me that is the most powerful story I've heard since I've been in the tradition. That's what he told me. He said, because I was scared to tell him, I'll be honest, because people are so judgmental in the tradition. So, but I was like, you know what? Let me just tell you what happened. And he was like, I'm gonna tell you something that you will probably get. You will get throwback or like backlash if you were to say to others. He said, but I think what a lot of people miss in the tradition is that sometimes the earnesty of your intention will outweigh any ceremony any ritual you conduct. He said, because y'all were out there and y'all were honest, because y'all were out there and y'all believed, because y'all were out there and y'all had the confidence to do the shit, even though you were scared and didn't know, that's why your shit worked. That's why your shit worked. You feel me? So, again, all of that is in response to Brittany Smith's question about dreaming about the white element. This is a lesson because, and I have to tell these lessons because, unfortunately, with patriarchy and its tentacles everywhere on the planet, I'm telling you, there is no space that is not infected with that madness. There is no space, no matter how beautiful it is, where that shit is not infected by the madness of patriarchy. I'm just telling you. And I'm trying to tell you these things in a way that you can recognize that no matter what decision you make, no matter what direction you decide to go, now you have the information, the base level information on how to recognize red flags, or even if they obvious red flags, those subtle things that your spirit is like, not that. I don't care how good what they saying sound, not that. You feel me? Because the evidence of patriarchy infecting these spaces is that the primary objective of patriarchy is to suppress the power of women. If that's what it emerged in the world to do, was to overpower the mother. The rogue sons attempt to overpower through subjugation, disappearance, and then absorbing the mother's power, the mother's image, the mother's words, the mother's names. then it is a decent conclusion to come to that everything that patriarchy continues to do, no matter how it presents in the world, politically, economically, socially, psychologically, health-wise, medically, it doesn't matter. Wherever patriarchy rears its ugly head, its primary unchanged goal and objective is to suppress the mother. It is to suppress the representatives of the mother, and it is to cause and maintain a global spell of amnesia so that she never has the ability to reemerge again. That's its primary objective. Everything else is to sustain itself at our expense. Everything else is to sustain itself at our expense. And if you can go into every space recognizing that thing first, that no matter what patriarchy is doing at any given time, its primary objective, its singular, unified objective, no matter if patriarchy looks Arab, no matter if patriarchy looks like an Indian, no matter if patriarchy looks like a woman, no matter if patriarchy is Chinese, no matter if patriarchy is Native American, it does not matter. That whatever the face of patriarchy, it's primary. Even as these groups may all hate each other, the one unifying goal that they have as patriarchs or representatives of patriarchy is to suppress, disempower, and disappear the mother and cast a spell of global amnesia to make sure she never emerges again. That's it. And if you can go into every space with that understanding that more than anything, that's the primary thing, right? Then you will be clear every time you see patriarchy rear its fucking head, no matter how subtle the rearing is. No matter how subtle it is, now you will be able to see it and understand exactly what it is. Do you understand? That it's not just a rogue few bad people in the group. Nope. That's not what you're witnessing. It's not what they say, one bad apple spoils the bunch. That's not what you are witnessing. It's just one bad guy who just don't act like Christ. That's not what you are experiencing. In real time, you are experiencing, whether conscious or unconscious, you are experiencing an agent of the patriarchal state. That's what you're experiencing. And if that's what you're experiencing, there's only one response to it. Fuck this shit, I'm out. That's it. That's the only response. Fuck this shit, I'm out. This ain't for me. And your flesh, because what is your flesh for? What is your material experience for? Two things. The primary reason that you incarnated in the flesh, in the material world, is to enjoy the mother's creation. I know that's hard to hear. The primary reason that you incarnated in this life in a fleshly body on earth was to enjoy and experience. Your spirit have the opportunity to enjoy and experience a material existence. Primary. That's your primary reason for being incarnated. And within the context of your primary reason for incarnating in the flesh is you have a flesh now that is your armor. Everything the flesh does every day, all day, even while you are asleep, is surveying your terrain. You ain't even gotta be conscious. Surveying your terrain within 6 to 9 feet of your personhood to make sure that you are safe, self-secure. You are safe, secured, defended, protected, so that you can experience this wonderful existence that is a material life. That's all your flesh is doing all day, every day, is securing your life, surveying the terrain, sending out your EMF, making sure you always safe. What you call your higher senses, what you call your sixth sense, what you call your senses of perception. Child, that's science. That's your flesh always trying to defend your right to live on the terms that you said. That's your flesh saying, baby, you are here to enjoy earth. And anything that is attempting to get into the way of you enjoying this flesh, I got you. I'm protecting. I'm defending. I'm surveying the terrain. I'm seeing things that you cannot see. I'm calling up memories that you don't remember in your conscious mind to send you red flags and alerts and shit that this motherfucker ain't right. Even though you can't remember and you can't see the signs and you can't see the similarities between this nigga and your last nigga, I see your subconscious. I see your reptilian brain. I see and recall those that were going to cause you harm or who caused you harm. I remember all the things that happened before they caused you harm. So I store those things because it's too much for you to store in your conscious mind without driving you crazy. So I store that shit and then I send signals all throughout your body that put you on alert, that put you on game. And once you recognize those things, you can now you have the power to make an informed decision because you trust your flesh. Because you trust your flesh, now you have the power to respond accordingly to those things that I call up from your subconscious. And your ass been manipulated by these instruments, by romantic novels and romantic comedies and romantic movies and niggas singing swoon songs and niggas talking about what's a good love song. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. Think of one. You understand? All these niggas singing love songs. Al Green was a perfect example. Al Green, who else was another perfect example? But he's a good one. Swooning ass nigga behind closed doors fucking up his women. You feel me? All these years, 100 plus years, we have been taught that the evidence of through these movies, especially since the advent of film, through the advent of movies, we've been told for 100 years that the signs, the evidence, quote, of love at first sight is what? We'll say it in the movies all the time. I can't explain it, girl. But the very first date, girl, I know I love him. I know he the one. Girl, and your homegirl be like me, like, damn, you just went on one date. What had happened? She's like, girl, I got butterflies in my stomach. My heart skipped a beat. I got short of breath. I could barely breathe. He captured my breath. What's the girl? Every hair on my body stood on end. I got the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I can't explain it, but it feels like I've known him my whole life. Why does he seem so familiar? And so we, having watched all this shit all this time, trusting, believing, investing emotionally when we watch these movies, because we be crying real tears, we be laughing, we be empathizing with the characters as if they our family, as if they our people, as if we'd have known them their whole life. You feel me? Let me segue for a second. I was just saying to myself the other day, because I live in Hollywood. I was just saying to myself the other day, because I saw this billboard of Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford is old now. He's got to be in his 80s. Harrison Ford is old now. And there's this billboard right in the heart of Hollywood, massive billboard of him trying to look all debonair. He's like promoting like a whiskey or something, right? And so he's in a Scottish kilt, sitting down, looking all debonair and shit with this shot of whiskey in his hand. And I was like, why don't they retire this old ass white boy? And I am just now in this moment recognizing why they have all these old ass actors, primarily white, right? Who still dominate the screen in modern film. It is because they need us to relate to them. They took up a whole half of our childhood and our developmental years. We are familiar with them like family. We watch them with this sense of nostalgia. What did I tell you nostalgia was all them weeks ago? You feel me? We watch them with a sense of nostalgia. We trust these actors when we see them in movies, no matter what their character is. Do you understand me? And so they use that familiarity. They use that sense of nostalgia. They use that sense of like, familiarity, you feel me? And to drive these messages and these images home. We sit there and weep and cry. I remember the first time I saw The Notebook. You feel me? Going through this white couple's life from the time they met as teenagers until they died together in the nursing home. And you weep and sob and you feel that shit deep in your heart chakra. You feel me? Meanwhile, those movies, because going back to watch The Notebook after I started doing this work with the goddess, I'm like, this shit is fucked up. The message in the movie is fucked up. The ins and outs and highs and lows of their life is fucked up. I was like, this shit is trash. This shit is fucked up. And we go out in the world wanting to replicate that shit, seeking that shit as the evidence of love. You understand me? Seeking that shit as the evidence of love. The inherent notion that love comes with sacrifice. Love comes with suffering. Love comes with inevitable heartbreak. Love comes, what they say? What they say? Joy and pain. It's like sunshine and rain. We accept that shit. And we cannot understand. That's why I was telling you 2 weeks ago when I started the discussion on how fight or flight has been conditioned to work against us. We accept this shit. We accept this shit, this conditioning, these narratives. And then what happens is we confuse our inherent defense mechanism for fucking the evidence of love. We confuse our inherent defense mechanism, our flesh's primary role, securing our spirit within this flesh to have this ecstatic, pleasurable, wonderful, bountiful experience in the material realm. The primary first responsibility of the flesh is to secure your fucking life. The flesh does nothing that is contrary to that intuitively. Your flesh does nothing that is contrary to protecting and securing your life so you can have this experience. And here, these motherfuckers using science and technology and film and music and quote culture to teach your inherent defense mechanism, your inherent military, to teach it to betray itself, to teach it to betray you. So instead of seeing these things that I just named, girl, my heart skipped a beat, heart palpitations. Girl, I lost my breath, shortness of breath. Girl, I had butterflies in my stomach. This is the impact of your vagus nerve over your chief defense mechanism, which is your gut. I had butterflies in my stomach. Girl, the hairs on my body stood at attention. If you see it, it's standing at attention. Who else standing at attention? The military, your defense team. You feel me? Girl, every hair on my body stood on end. No, they stood at attention. You feel me? Girl, he seems so familiar. It's like it has to be because it felt like I know him my whole life. He is familiar, bitch. He is familiar because he is displaying subtle, insidious, barely perceptible characteristics of your last 3 abusive husbands, or your abusive father, or the predator that took advantage of you in college. He was smooth and debonair and slick talking at first, or he shrouded you with words like love and you and I are meant to be and shit. And your subconscious reptilian brain that is always on alert, informing this defense system of yours, is saying, yo, bitch, let us send the message. Hopefully you'll get it this time. That he is familiar because you cannot perceive those subtle, barely perceptible characteristics that we recall. This tendency that we recall, this these early stage acts that they put on, these cloaks that they put on to woo you. Y'all call it psychologically, y'all call it what? Love bombing. That's why you can fall in love with a bitch, you feel me, in a week and get married in a month. That's love bombing, you feel me? Why is that familiar? Is it just because of the men that you've dated in your life? No, it's familiar because that's what your motherfucking Jesus did, was love bomb the fuck out of you. That's what he did. in your childhood, in your toddlerhood, in your infancy. You go to Sunday school, you ain't hearing the hailstone, fire, and brim and hell. What is it? Hailstone, fire, and damnation that your mama and them hearing on the other side of the church. You in kindergarten, you in preschool, you in Sunday school class where y'all singing the songs and y'all get snacks and Jesus and we the angel and this little light of mine and all of this shit. That's the love bombing that secures you in your infancy when your brain is learning more in the first 2 years of your life than it will learn in the culmination of the rest of your time on earth. You are learning more in the first 2 years of your life than you will learn collectively in your entire time on earth. They take advantage of that. That's the love bombing. That's why it seems familiar when this guy you'd have met, you understand, that proclaims in the early stages how much he loves you so much he was willing to sacrifice his own self, his own pleasure, his own existence, just to make sure that you could experience it some other time, some other where that's imperceptible. Ain't that about a bitch? Huh? And you get that love bombing consistently till your ass is about 7, 8, when your very Christian strict parents who have not been hearing the love bombing shit you've been hearing in Sunday school, no, they've been hearing your ass. If you step out of line or cut out of line any given way on any given day, your ass is gonna kick the doors of hell in forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. So about 7, 8, 9 years old, your Christian parents, now you gonna come and sit in church with us. You gonna sit in the big people church, and you get thrust from the love bombing stage to now the vindictive, narcissistic, manipulative, guilt-tripping ass bullshit that they have been tied to. This when you start getting your ass beat. Well, you know, before my daddy whooped my ass every single time, he was like, well, you know, God say, whoever spared the rod spoiled the child. And I'm only doing this because I love you. I'm only hurting you because I love you. You understand? And if I don't love you, what the Bible say? He who spares the rod does not love his child. He hates his child. That's what your scriptures say. He who does not lead his child in right way hates his child. You understand what I'm saying? This gonna hurt me more than it hurt you. You understand? And so now your proximity as a child, your proximity to adulthood, not only does it get your ass beat or punished under the guise of the love and discipline of Jesus, so now you start to experience what Jesus requires is what? For you to carry your cross, for you to prove your love to him through your willingness to suffer, to experience pain and discomfort and dis-ease in your life. That's how you prove you love Jesus. That's how you be Christ-like, is to carry your cross. To carry your cross is how close to my suffering are you willing to reproduce? How close to my suffering are you willing to reproduce in your life? How much suffering are you willing to endure to be guaranteed a White Castle in motherfucking heaven or some shit? And so now you wonder why all these babies between the ages of 10 and 16 have the highest suicide rate on the goddamn continent. It is because they went from a 9-year love bombing stage to now their proximity to adulthood retracts love from them, removes love from them, and it is replaced with goddamn stern discipline, aka abuse. You understand? That's why these men out here, I'm convinced. Now I got struggle with men, and y'all know it. I have a legitimate struggle with men, and I don't cut them no slack. But I also recognize at the same time that I do not cut them no slack, and everybody is responsible for their own goddamn behavior in the world and treatment of people in the world. I also recognize that this is a spell that has been cast on the whole of humanity, and that men are the victims of fucking patriarchy. They are the victims. They are the targets because patriarchy needs to create soldiers. Patriarchy needs to create an endless pool of motherfuckers that will always and unquestioningly serve the interest of patriarchy. What is the primary interest of patriarchy that I just told y'all? Is to suppress, is to abuse, is to bury the memory of the mother supremacy. It is to subjugate the representatives of the mother on earth, and it is to absorb all power inherent in her body. That's why men are narcissists. That's why men are abusers. That's why men are rapists. That's why men are murderers. That's why men are serial killers. That's why men are cult leaders. That's why every affliction that men have is because they have been efficient through their conditioning. They've been efficient through their childhood relationship to the church. They have been efficient executors of the wills and the objectives of their oppressor, which is the great grand patriarch in the sky. All of them, everywhere on earth. Whether their father God, whether their Godhead of war is Yahweh, or whether their Godhead of war is Krishna, or whether their Godhead of war is Shiva, or whether their Godhead of war is Buddha. Yes, I said it. Whether their Godhead of war is goddamn Abraham or who else? The fuck? Allah or Muhammad or any name you want to give, the Godhead that has been created by patriarchy that exists in a million different faces everywhere where males exist. So you person, you gay man, you woman, you others who find yourself attracted to others who resonate with something in you deep, right? Oh my God, they so familiar. Oh my God. This goes the other way too. Now, obviously, we are the primary target. We are the primary victims, but that don't mean that there ain't a gang of malignant ass patriarchal women whose sole purpose for existing is to execute the will of the Father God. And they do the same thing. Them women who are the executors of the Father God's will on earth, guess what they do too? Narcissistic manipulation, making synonymous love with pain, suffering, hurt, and harm. They do the same thing. They do the same thing. You feel me? So you meet a motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Slick talking ass motherfucker, look good, hair done, smell good, talk soft, speak language you ain't never heard. Might even cite you some poetry. You understand what I'm saying? Might even sing you a song. Why do you think so many women complain about how you can't, look, I don't give a fuck, you can't never date no musician? Hadn't y'all heard that? Look, bitch, I know they nice, I know they pretty, they sing great songs, but bitch, you can't date no musician. That's the stopping point. You can't date no musician. You feel me? Thank you so much, Spiritually Flexy, for your donation. You understand? Why you think that is? Where you think that come from? Because I'm going to tell you something that's going to hurt your feelings. Every skill, every gift, every gift that a person who is unhealed and willing to unheal possesses becomes a weapon that they use to destroy. I know y'all don't want to hear that. Every skill, every gift, every ounce of information, every intellect, every so-called genius, everything that they acquire, if they are not in a trajectory to heal and resolve, becomes a weapon for them to destroy others. And we're seeing the evidence all the time. This is the age of, oh yeah, baby. This is the age where Pluto has laid bare all your opposition. This is the period where she who governs the underworld, whether you want to call her Pluto or Hades or herself as Oya, she who governs the entire underworld is laying bare all your enemies. Not only all your enemies, every tactic that they have used to destroy, to dehumanize, to oppress, to subjugate, all that shit being laid bare. It's like every other day when you think you can't be surprised by some shit, some revelation, guess what the fuck happened? Some revelation that blow your shit clean open, peel your wig straight back. You feel me? Every goddamn day, every single wicked thing hidden, unveiled, not just in the recent past, for forever and ever. Since the emergence of patriarchy, every wicked thing done, every crime committed, every sinister act, everything laid bare. And why is that? Because Oya's name is the governess of revelations. That's what her name is. She who reveals all. That's what her name is. She who will wear a mask to get close to her enemies, or she who reveals the mask to expose your enemies. She, the winds of transformation, that once your enemies are revealed, she is the one that will assist with who? Her army of Egun. Who the army of Egun? Your ancestors, whose prayers have never gone silent, whose wishes and ambitions have never gone away, even as they have been laying in the Mother Earth's belly for centuries. Those wishes still exist. Those prayers and laments still exist and require goddamn revenge and retribution and redemption. Do you hear me? And so Oya, who is the governess of being of the one that walks us from this life to the afterlife. The Egun are her children. The Egun, our ancestors are her children. They adhere to her will. The Egun becomes her army to restore balance in the world. Oya. And here she is stepping into and dominating the terrain till 2044. Till 2044, she up in the bitch. She up in here. And so don't be surprised by nothing that you hear. These revelations are being laid bare. And I'm going to tell you why. They are being laid bare in an attempt to invigorate you, to activate you, to motivate you to action. I see it froze. I see it froze. Who your ancestors is? Who your ancestors is? Somebody better answer that question. Who your ancestors is? Huh? Oh, ain't nobody gonna answer the question? Who your ancestors? Who are your ancestors? Who are they? Who are they to you? After this long ass discussion I just had with y'all, who are your ancestors? That is not a trick question. I'm at Bronx Lyron. I'm asking even more simplistically than that. It ain't a trick question. I told you I'll never ask you trick questions. Who are your ancestors to you? Given the discussion that we have had all this time today. Thank you. What does it mean, power kismet, for your ancestors to be your DNA? What does that mean? What does that mean? Huh? Somebody say your guys, your army. Somebody say inside me. Okay. All of that is fine. Even more simplistic than that. Even more simplistic than that, y'all. Thank you, Bronx Lynn. That we are them and they are us. Perfectly said, as a matter of fact. Thank you so much. We are them and they are us. When you look into your mirror, you are not looking at just yourself. You are looking at the perfect personification, the perfect orchestration of all of your genetic material given rise through the evolutionary process, the emergent process. The best of our line is in you. The best of our genetic material is in you. The best that we have to offer from our experiences exist in the present in the form of you. You are your ancestors. Their ambitions, their hopes, their dreams, their prayers, their experiences live in the present in you right now. Right now. And so I have a problem with this analysis given to people. Oh, our ancestors got us. Look what they did. Look what they did. To see our ancestors as something outside ourselves, no different than God, no different than Jesus, no different than the goddess, the way some people view the goddess out the fuck there, over there somewhere, like a superhero that's just gonna swoop down and change the world, and we ain't gotta do shit. Because that's the inherent underlining that I get from that analysis. Our ancestors got us, our ancestors got us, and our ancestors are saying, bitch, why you didn't do that shit? Why we had to do it. Why it had to be our mother or y'all to create the conditions in the storm and the this and the that when y'all fucking got all the experiences. Y'all got all the knowledge. Y'all got all the information. Y'all got all the goods. Y'all got everything you fucking need to change the world today, and it's still not changed. Because you are always waiting for something outside yourself to come save the day. You are always waiting for some ambiguous, faceless, non-evidentiary entity, some the fuck where in your imagination to come save the day. That's why I got a problem with that analysis. What the ancestors is asking was how y'all motherfuckers let these goddamn plantations stand as long as they've been standing. How the fuck they still up? How they still here? How that one plantation in goddamn Paris, Louisiana, been making $2.5 million a year, and in the same city where your same ancestors still buried, who was enslaved by that motherfucker, they descendants don't even make $7 an hour. How the fuck that happened? And this goddamn plantation that ain't had no slaves on it for 100 years, still making $2.5 million a year. How you got Negroes in the same city living in the, because my people and them from Paris. How you got Negroes in the same city, in the same area, who struggle every day of their life for the absolute bare minimum. One of the densest and most notorious prison systems in the whole country. You understand me? And this place is being talked about by people with black ass faces talking about, well, it sure is a shame. You know, I heard a lot of people like to get married there every year. It was pretty to look at, though. You understand me? So if you want to be talking about your ancestors, you feel me? You want to be talking about how your ancestors is showing up in this way and that. You want to be claiming the goddess Oya, and the goddess Oya tells you she ain't just going to reveal your enemies just cause. She's like, as soon as I reveal your enemies, bitch, it means you got work to do. Who is Oya? Who is Oya to you? And you can place a deity of your preference in place of her name. Even when we read in our conspiracy, Oya is the governess as far as I'm concerned. It's her time. It's the planet Pluto in Aquarius for the first time in 248 years. Is her show. It's her time. But y'all all have a mythological history where the planet Pluto is some goddess name in your tradition. So replace Oya. If you are whatever, Mayan, Aztec, Native, whatever, Asian, whatever. Every deity on earth is a story about our relationship to our heavenly siblings. All the planets from the beginning of time till now, these are the archetypes that we associate with our heavenly siblings, the other planets in this solar system. So call them who you want. You feel me? For me, every time you hear me talk, I'm going to be shouting out Oya. I'm going to be shouting out the Iami, her sisters, Oshun and Yemaya. They run the shit. She the governess. She the motherfucker sitting on the throne. She the motherfucker sitting with the crown. She the motherfucker sitting with her goddamn staff and her seas ready to slay. You feel me? So call her who you want. But who is she? If I'm telling you that these are archetypes that have all been constructed based on the observation, the scientific observation of our relationship and our change in this cyclical process, this cyclical heavenly dance that is our heavenly siblings, then it means, bitch, Oya is me. Oya is me. We say it in our own goddamn conspiracy. I am the executor of my mother's will because mommy and I are one. Do y'all not believe that? Your ancestors are you in this moment. Their collective personification of perfection in you in this moment. All the deities, all the goddesses. We big up into the goddess shit up in here. You feel me? Every single solitary personification of the face of the goddess anywhere on earth, bitch, is you. Whether you male, whether you female, whether you all the genders in between, whether you baby, whether you elder, whether you ancestor. all of them are us. If you up in here and you believe what we say when we say the conspiracy that will change the world is that mommy and I are one. I am not apart from her. She ain't over the fuck there somewhere, looming over us like a great big eye in the sky. She is not apart from us. She is not away from us. We see the evidence of her presence every time we open our eyes in the morning. She is evident everywhere if we care to look. That's what it means when we say mommy and I are one. Either y'all, and that's your choice, okay? Either you believe what I say or you don't, because even what comes out of my mouth, I will always say that to you. I will always say that to you. I will always say that to you. Multiple things can be true at the same time. Even what comes out of my mouth, there will be some things that resonate with you, and there will be some things that you be like, nope, that ain't for me. She ain't talking about me. She ain't talking to me in this moment because that ain't no shit I resonate with that. And I am okay with that. That's what I'm trying to teach you. That's what I'm trying to teach you. If mommy and I are one, if I am a perfectly necessary personification of my mother's will in the material world, which is what I believe with every fiber in my being, then it means you are too. It means you are too. What this process is to help you remember. What this process is to break the spell cast on your spirit and your consciousness and your flesh. What this process is to remind you that if your mother is God, it means that she can only give birth to God. Bitch, that means you God too. Unlike your father God. Unlike your father God. Because my God can only give birth to God. She can't give birth to anything less than that. Whether it's a tree, whether it's an insect, whether it's a horse or a cow. Just because we intellectuals, just because we can think and reason in a way that we don't understand, because we think that we the only ones able to think and reason. You feel me? Because we can talk and this, that, and these, whatever the fuck. You feel me? Every creature on this planet, at least higher level creatures, have the ability to think and reason and plot and plan. And they flesh too was installed with self-defense mechanisms and alarm systems. That's why they run or they fight, which we have been conditioned not to do. Back to the fight or flight and how it's been conditioned to betray your flesh, to betray your body. See, every creature on earth has a defense system, even microbes, even parasites, even protozoa, bacteria, viruses. They all have self-defense mechanisms. They all have self-defense mechanisms. We, being the, quote, highest reasoning intellectual creatures on earth, the only ones capable of being conditioned to neutralize our own self-preservation mechanisms. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? So this is the spell that I'm talking about. We are in the process of uncasting. Take what you need from what I say that feels like self, that feels familiar, that your ancestors in your blood is like, yes, bitch, yes. Keep that. If it doesn't resonate with you, I ain't got no stakes in the world the way it is. I do not have stakes in the preservation of patriarchy. I do not have stakes in the preservation of capitalism. I don't have stakes in none of this bullshit that is not in direct alignment with my mother's divine wishes and will for everyone on earth. If you are not in alignment with the mother's divine will, which is what? To create an institution, a planet, an entity, our earth, an entity capable of housing and producing a state of perpetual ecstasy for every creature that incarnates on this planet. That's what she has done. And if your ass is participating in any behavior that is contrary to that, then you are an adversary. You are an enemy to my mother. You in your affliction, you in the acceptance and the embodiment of your conditioning, you in your subconscious acceptance of the Father God's reign of holy terror upon his mother, his mama, upon his mother, you are an adversary. So place yourself accordingly. If you commit crimes against women, bitch, you are an adversary. If you are a woman who commits crimes against other humans, especially women, you are an adversary. And you have two options. You can jump both feet first into a process of healing yourself and unbreaking spells on your life and not shaming your fucking ancestors. Or you can suffer the justice at the hands and at the will of the representatives of the mother. That's it. That's it. That's all that's it. So I don't care who you are, black, brown, red, yellow, white, male, female, all the genders in between, because everybody want to think themselves pure and innocent. I'm an activist. I'm a revolutionary. And when you at home behind closed doors, your ass is a tyrant. Your children are suffering and unhappy and miserable and uncertain about the world that they have incarnated in. You hate and mistreat your parents. You understand what I'm saying? You abuse women. You call yourself a revolutionary, and then go and then win some woman in your revolutionary circle or in your spiritual circle with your slick ass fucking tongue, and then get behind closed doors and lay her lousy. You display your hatred for her and how you take advantage of her body. She thinks she's about to have a great time. She thinks she's about to have a great experience, opening herself up to this one that she trusts based on what you done said out your mouth. And how you lay pipe is completely contrary to what you say out your mouth, because you hate women. And in a patriarchy that is defined, in an institution that is defined by its displays of hatred to its opposition, which is his mother, the most insidious way that hatred is displayed is jump off culture. The denial of pleasure of women. So you jump off when you're done. That is a political act that you have committed. That is a political aggression against the mother's daughter that you have committed, bitch. That's what you've done. Do you understand? Because in patriarchy, and it's all throughout the language, it's all throughout the text. This ain't no shit I just made up. All throughout the language, all throughout the writings, psychology and medically and historically and archaeologically, and all your goddamn texts, the Quran and the motherfucking Torah and the Talmud and the Bible, everywhere goddamn patriarchy has established itself, it teaches you, those who incarnate as male, that your primary weapon is your penis, and it is meant to harm women, whether that is emotional harm by betrayal, whether that is psycho-emotional harm through jump-off culture or running through them without care, or whether it is through rape culture associated with what Augustine say, the justness of war. Rape culture that is peculiar to war-torn zones. Rape is considered a justifiable casualty of war, because why? Constantine and the Catholic Church, not the king, not the nobility, Constantine and the Catholic Church wrote in its goddamn doctrines that rape committed at the execution of just war is also just. So you have been taught since you were a young one that your penis is always a weapon of power, a weapon of war, whether it's in romantic relationships and you got these ideas about the submission of women. That's war weapon talk, bitch. That's war weapon talk. You are a goddamn soldier of a war god. That's what you are. Whether that war god is Jesus, whether that war god is Yahweh, whether that war god is motherfucking Allah and Muhammad and all his goddamn interpreters of his invisible ass self, and you just got to trust these men who were divinely inspired, you are a goddamn nameless, faceless, goddamn soldier of a war god, bitch. And instead of having the courage to go and fight on behalf of your mother and her daughters, your ass will fight on which you have evidence of everywhere you walk, everywhere you go, every moment of your life. If your personal mama was not sufficient, there were 3 or 4 other women willing to take up the slack where your mama dropped the ball to show you the face of God in real time in your life. In your life. And even though being able to see the evidence of God every day, even though being able to see the goddamn mother's divine intervention in your life in real time, with evidence, with your senses, with your sights, with your eyes, you will still stand on the side of an invisible, disingenuous, uninterested, uncaring, malignant, malevolent fucking war god who's never showed you evidence of his existence anywhere, anytime in history. All you had was to go on the strength and the faith of some divinely inspired, penis possessing somebody who most of us are finding out were all mythological characters anyway. You hear me? That all these dudes who quote were divinely inspired by God to do. And now we finding in this age of Oya's revelations that 90% of them were mythological characters, no different than the mythological God they prayed to and subdued you with. Abraham wasn't real, yet the three biggest fucking religions on earth still adhere to their legitimacy as institutions that govern nations, that dictate the policy and moral character of nations. Adhere, they all say they're the descendants of Abraham. But the problem is what when you find out that Abraham never existed, that Solomon was not real, that Jacob, Isaac, Joseph, Noah, Moses, Adam, none of them, they are mythological characters. No different than reading the entirety of Greek mythology. No different. It is a new mythology that was believed internally to be real with no evidence necessary. Meanwhile, you will go and fight for a myth. You will go and destroy for a myth. You will harm for a myth. You will rape for a myth. You will collapse cultures. You will raise to the ground whole peoples. You will disappear whole peoples off the planet in loyalty and commitment, unquestioning loyalty and commitment to a motherfucker who ain't ever showed you the evidence of his existence, while your mother God stays in your face every day in real time in the material world, and you will not fight for her. As a matter of fact, she becomes the object of every aggression that you commit. She becomes the focus of every crime you commit, every spell you cast, every filthy word you say against women, every campaign you wage against women. Do you understand? This is a clear period. And that's why the chaos and noise of bullshit is proliferating the terrain. That's why I had to tell you about 80% of the goddamn AI generated TikToks and YouTubes are specifically designed to produce rage bait. 80% and that 85%, and that institution, which is still relatively new, made $80 billion off your emotional responses last year. How that shit even compute? $80 billion off your energy. But you won't take 10 minutes out of your day to deconstruct that shit by reading some text about the goddess, by opening up the potential for your 14 generations of stored memory in your DNA to be let loose, to be set free, to impact your life. You understand? You can't listen to me do an hour long, a 2 hour long, a 3 hour long live, because the mother has afforded for me to be able to do work that a lot of women have not been afforded the ability to do because of the busyness of their life. This has been a blessing to me to be able to have enough time and enough security eked out for myself that I can do the deep dives that women have been historically allowed, to unearth that which has been buried, to deconstruct that which has been piled on like concrete slabs to ensure that we never remember. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, I'm just a man hating bitch. What did my ex-husband call me? A tomboy acting. What did he say? A tomboy acting. A tomboy acting. Manly acting. Feminist. That's what I am. That's what I am. From the words of my ex-husband. You understand? So, yeah. So the process, if you want me to translate all, if you want me to backtrack and translate all of that I said, everything that I said since I answered Brittany Smith's question about her dream about the white elephant, you feel me, and super condense that shit, you feel me, and take it out of a spiritual, esoterical goddess perspective and make that shit more scientific, I'm gonna give you the super Cliff's notes today. Instead of using language like breaking a global spell that's been cast on human beings, you feel me? A spell of amnesia to make sure that we never remember who the goddess is and what our origins are. If that language don't work for you because you're a super scientist, I got you. I got you. If you're an atheist and none of this is your language, I got you too. Let's go. In order to end patriarchy, to end all of its offspring, to be able to cut the head off the institution, to ensure that its tentacles shrivel and die. Now, this is political language I'm giving to you. Socialism is not going to do it. Socialism is not going to slay the beast, baby. Socialism as a global, say tomorrow, we stage what you call it? We stage a revolutionary contest guided by the proletariat against the former bourgeoisie, and we are victorious. Say that happened tomorrow. You feel me? The proletariat comes to realize its own self-interest, and in recognizing its own self-interest, those self-interests align. Those self-interests align with the self-interest of other oppressed people around the world. And we get on board and we say, these are our points of unity. We not might believe everything the same, but these 10 points of unity we can get down with. We got enough energy and enthusiasm and genius among us that now we can stage this socialist revolution. Say that happened. And we stage the contest tomorrow, and we are victorious on the terms laid out by these points of unity. Based on the understanding y'all got right this minute. Is this going to be enough to slay the head of this beast? Is the uprising of the proletariat going to be enough? Somebody answer yes or no. Is the uprising and collectivized consciousness of the so-called working class and proletariat of the world waging a socialist campaign against the bourgeoisie, is it going to be enough? Exactly. Absolutely. 1,000, 1,000,000% not. Tell me why. In short, one word, 2 words. Tell me why it won't. Tell me why it won't. Tell me why it won't. Tell me why it won't be enough. Just based on the conversations that we have here. Just based on the minimal understanding that we have here. Why it won't. Why a revolutionary process led by the what they call it? The realized proletariat, the conscious working class. Say y'all done did the work. You understand? Thank you so much, Vegan Butterfly. Oh, no, Balance. Thank you so much, Balance. Thank you so much, Balance. Because everywhere you go on earth, y'all gonna be mad. And I've been paying close attention. Even in Burkina Faso, everywhere you go on earth, hearing someone talk about their opposition to the West and capitalism and the oligarchy and all that shit under the banner of socialism and shit, every the fuck where on earth where that conversation is happening and it's invigorating and people are like, yeah, damn, child, those articulations are springing forth from the mouths of people born with penises everywhere. Tell me one place on earth right now where the quote global transformation that is to be required if we gonna save the earth. I'm talking about politically. The global transformation required for us to change the earth. The only hope for humanity in the future is a socialist revolution. Any place talking that, any place with that line, Tell me one place on earth where that articulation is coming directly from an exact replica of the mother in her daughters on earth anywhere. Tell me where a female person born with a uterus is articulating that line as the only way forward for the savior of humanity, for saving the planet and saving the future. I'll wait. Okay, because I could be wrong. There might be one place on earth where some woman is articulating the necessity of socialist revolution to change the world. I'm not aware of them. But I am not perfect, and I am not, above being incorrect. So if y'all know somebody that I don't, put me on game. Because she will be a strategic ally in the mother's reemergence on earth. Yes, she will. Because I guarantee you, for every man that is a socialist and a woman that is a socialist, I guarantee you their idea about socialism, their understanding of socialism, their internalizing of what that will look like in real time is two different ideologies. They can be in the same organization with the same line, the same, the same platform. You understand? The same mission. They can be the same organization. And them two revolutionaries in that same organization got two different ideas in their head. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. You know what I'm saying? And so for you scientists and you atheists, because that's the other aspect. She said they're male heads. That's one aspect. That's the primary aspect. But the other thing that's rarely ever discussed about the inherent weaknesses of socialist ideology, and the only reason I can articulate it is because I was in a socialist organization, a cadre socialist organization for 15 years. And this is one of the things that we actually talked about, but not in a way that helped to inform and empower and embolden the occupants in that organization. Because even though the chairman could articulate this flaw inherent in socialist ideology, there was never an adequate, quote, African internationalist interpretation of or resolution to this conflict. Never in 15 years. Never in twice a year party schools that lasted for 2 weeks. 2 weeks of study intensives from 6 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock in the evening. Never a resolution for this issue that remains absent in every single solitary socialist circle on earth, I guarantee you. The fact that the mother, that the goddess, that the ancestors, that the centrality of culture is removed under the guise of what do they call it? Dialectical materialism. What we call dialectical materialism in socialist organizations is what you call atheism. The line was, it is impossible for a person to believe in God or spirit or angels or it's impossible to believe any of that shit if you are a materialist, if you're a dialectician, if you believe in the line and the validity of dialectical materialism. It's impossible to believe in God. It's impossible to believe in ancestors. So much so, baby, I've been in meetings. I've been at events with the party where we would go to other people's events. So like we would participate in Kwanzaa events and stuff like that as a quote outreach strategy. But every single time, I'm talking about elders in the party. I'm talking about elders in the party. We go to some other person's event. We've been invited to some other person's event. And while the people are up on stage and to open the ceremony, they welcome in the ancestors and they call the name of the ancestors, and elder members in the back room scoffing at libation ceremony to call the ancestors into a space, scoffing. This whole ooga booga shit. Imagine an African-centered, African revolutionary organization so caught up on the dogmatism of Marxist-Leninist theory and dialectical materialism coming from these two haters of women, the adherence to dialectical materialism that would have you call the process of, first of all, it's just disrespectful to be at somebody else's event, be doing that shit. You feel me? But second of all, to be up in there and to be calling a ceremony of opening a space with people who look just like you and scoffing when they start to pour water on a plant and ask you to call the names of those who otherwise would be forgotten, of those who otherwise their names would not be spoken out loud, and you scoffing, you calling it ooga booga. You understand? And that's every fucking socialist organization on earth, led by men and completely severed from its origin, completely severed from the earth, completely severed from a relationship. That's why so much fucked up shit can still happen inside social spaces. You can call it whatever you want. You can say, you know, you can give any kind of analysis to that bullshit you want about why men still treat women fucked up and shit inside socialist organizations, though you're supposed to be the best sons and daughters of Africa. So no, they can stage a contest tomorrow, you socialists, you so-called self-proclaimed communists. You can stage a contest with who you see as the subject of or the figurehead of patriarchy or capitalism, because you rarely hear socialists talk about patriarchy either. You rarely hear. Chairman used to say patriarchy is a word created by white feminists. This line among so-called black nationalists that patriarchy didn't exist until we in Africa until we was colonized by Europe. Huh? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You understand? That the issue is colonialism. And that once we destroy colonialism, once we destroy imperialism, you understand? Then all the other conflicts that we have among ourselves will just wither away. They'll just disappear. You feel me? And how long that's gonna take for y'all to stop kicking our ass? Okay, so we didn't quote defeated white power. That's what y'all objective is defeat white power. That's who y'all see is the face of all things wrong on earth. It's just white people. Okay, cool. White power is destroyed. You feel me? So y'all done won. White power is over. Imperialism is over. You feel me? So y'all gonna stop kicking women's asses tomorrow? That's what's gonna happen. Y'all gonna stop beating women's asses tomorrow? Y'all gonna stop? My IG is really acting up. Y'all gonna stop beating your children? Y'all gonna stop abandoning women that you make children with? That's gonna stop tomorrow because now imperialism is over. You feel me? Now y'all done defeated what you say is the subject of all of our suffering. You feel me? All our suffering. Right? Everything that's wrong on earth, based on y'all position, everything that's wrong on earth, right? Because this is the line that I'm trying to tell y'all why it's insidious. That everything wrong with the earth, everything wrong with the people, everything wrong with the animals is just white people's fault because they created patriarchy. One, they created patriarchy that, quote, have a native tell it, have a Mayan tell it, have an Azteca person tell it, have an African person tell it, have a Chinese person tell it, have a Japanese person tell it, have the Vietnamese tell it, at least penis possessing people, that patriarchy did not exist before we met white people. Have them tell it. I'm not venturing to guess. I'm telling you what I heard in my own ear holes. That everything wrong with the earth is because white people exist and because white people are the creators of patriarchy. White people are the creators of imperialism. White people are the creators of colonialism. And if we just do away with white supremacy and the consciousness of people mind. And the only way we're going to do that is to stage a revolutionary aggression against the European world, that everything will be right as rain. I've heard black-skinned men say that the only reason black men harm black women is because they learned from watching white men. Ain't that about a gaslight, if you ever heard one? We learn everything we do, we learn from white people. Isn't that the most insidiously efficient and wicked and effective gaslight you ever heard? Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Isn't that something? I spent years focusing my political work, my revolutionary work in the party around the prison industrial complex and specifically political prisoners, right? Spent years focusing solely on prison work and political prisoners. You understand what I'm saying? And I would hear so often, and yes, the prison industrial complex needs to be utterly wiped from the face of the planet, from time, from memory. That does not mean that a world governed by the mother arisen would absolve your ass from crimes against human beings. We would have a more just and direct way to address these things. Do you understand what I'm saying? There are remnants of it that still exist around the world, as a matter of fact. And we call them weird or ooga booga or whatever. But the mother's justice is the only true justice. It's the only divine justice. And we can see that shit throughout history. Does not cause isolation from you and your families for forever because you commit an aggression against another human being in a moment of weakness, or your goddamn conditioning spring back forward or whatever. You feel me? But all too often doing prison work, all too often recognizing the need, the necessity for an utter destruction. Nothing within what is called the judicial system that exists in the United States of America is redeemable, can be built upon. Nothing in it is redeemable. It all has to be undone. Recognizing that and believing that, I have to tell you that throughout the time that I spent doing that work, to hear people, black-skinned people, men and women, so-called scientific revolutionaries, dialectical materialists. You understand what I'm saying? Say shit like, well, you know, he did do wrong. He did do this and this and this and this. But, you know, if the white man hadn't created the ghetto and the conditions, he wouldn't have done that shit. And that shit always sat so fucked up with me. While I recognized that extreme conditions may and sometimes has the potential to force people to respond in ways they otherwise wouldn't, in an ideological understanding, in a political ideological understanding that is not bound with any relationship to the past, to the cultures of the past, to the mores of the past, to pre-colonial mores that allowed us to thrive for thousands and thousands and thousands, for at least 25,000 known years of history. Do not have a relationship to that. You will still say stupid ass shit like, nobody on earth would be committing crimes if the white man hadn't created these systems that oppress other people. You see what I'm saying? So the hood brother, you know, who start out, you know, selling drugs, but then in order to increase his income, because he ain't got no access to income anyplace else, he got to resort to shooting people to get the street cred to make his money and support his family and shit. You feel me? He wouldn't be no gangster, drug dealing, motherfucking murderer if the white people hadn't created the ghetto. And that's your stopping point. That's your political understanding about the world and your relationship to it and your responsibility to it. And because I was an atheist, because I was, quote, a dialectical materialist, No, there was no space in the organization to be like, something is inherently fucked up about that. But if you have a relationship with your past and your culture and your mores and your spiritual beliefs of your ancestral past, then you know that you are born. First of all, you're born old. First of all, you are born old. Okay. But second of all, you are born. Anybody who been a mama, anybody who done squeezed a human being out of your vagina, you know, them babies be learning so much so fast that at 8 months, at 12 months, they already be plotting and scheming, testing the boundaries to see what they can get away with. I remember the first time, because I was a spanking mom. I don't do that shit no more, but I didn't know no better. I was a Christian when I had my daughter. So the first time I had to pop my baby little leg, like my couch is sitting here, my kitchen counter was on the other side of my couch. So the kitchen counter thing was here, my couch was pushed against it, and I had my dishwashing liquid and other stuff up on the sink. And the first time, Morgan was like 8 months. So she wasn't even walking good yet, but she stood up on the back of the chair. She got into the soap before I could see her and squeezed all the soap on the couch, right? I did not pop her then. So didn't. I said, no, you can't touch this, right? And so every now and again, I'd see her when we sitting there watching TV or whatever, and I'd see her reach over to try to touch the dishwashing liquid. I'm like, Morgan, no, don't touch. And she would sit right down. She knew at 8 months old, but she like, look, I am my own self. I am my own entity. I got to learn some things about how I can navigate in the world. You feel me? So let me try my hand again. I was in her bedroom, which was on the other side of the living room. And I was coming out of the living room and I stopped cold. She didn't hear me. Her little chunky leg self was standing up on the back of my couch, facing the dishwashing liquid, her body facing the counter. And she looking over her shoulder. Reaching with her hand, looking over the shoulder to make sure I wasn't in the room, child, at 8 months old. At 8 months old, she knew, because I'd already told her several times, don't touch my dishwashing liquor, and I ain't moving it. I used to have my white homegirls come to my house with their kids that was my baby age, and they start elevating shit off my table. Well, I just don't want my baby to get in. You better tell your baby not to get in it. We don't elevate shit around here. She gonna listen. They know. I remember they would just come and just like pick stuff up and put it up. Put my shit back where it's at. I got a baby too. And if it's there, it means she know not to touch it. So this little heifer, her little cute chunky leg said, I laughed so hard. I'm back behind the corner watching this heifer plot and scheme. How she gonna get at this dishwashing liquid while I'm not in the living room with her. You understand me? And as much as that shit tickled me, and it did, I went behind that wall laughing so much. I was like, this little rotten heifer. And came right out and with my little cooking spoon, popped her leg and said, no. And she cried and cried like I had broke her spirit, child, like I broke her whole heart. Cry. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we know. We come here, first of all, old. We come here as what? The perfect, peculiar expression of our mother's divine will. We are intelligent from the moment we open our eyes outside our mother's body. We are. And if you accept that, even as a scientist, even through just scientific observation, that a baby gonna try you, because this is how they test their boundaries. This is how they discover how they can move in the world around them. They test boundaries. You understand me? And it is not until they suffer a consequence, like you tell them don't do, and then they bump their head on something, and then they won't do that shit no more. You feel me? Or you tell them get off that, and they keep doing it over and over and over again, and then they fall, it's getting their knee, and they're like, damn, I can't be up there like that. This is how they learn. You feel me? So we come here, able, very young, 8 months old. Some people say 6 months old. We come here able to discern. We don't have to be conscious. Babies ain't conscious. They just living in their flesh. Babies are the perfect personification of being present in the moment and living in their flesh all the time. All they're interested in is what makes them feel good, what makes them happy, what appeases curiosity. That's all they care about. Oh, my butt dirty. Somebody need to make me happy right now. What is the response to that? Clean the baby dirty butt. And then they laughing and giggling again. I'm hungry. Mama know the difference between the hungry cry and my butt dirty cry. She know that. That's science. Because what is the baby interested in? Everything that immediately appeases its flesh. This is how it learns. You understand what I'm saying? And so that same baby, under the guise of curiosity, recognizes the difference in our energy when we say yes and the energy when we say no. There's scientific studies about that. So if you want to take it out of what you might think is the ooga booga as a socialist or a scientist or an atheist, there are many scientific studies that talk about the number of times we say no to our children and the number of times we say yes to our children between a certain age and the long-term impacts it has on so many things. Their ability to learn and retain information, the confidence level that they have when they go out into the world. So this ain't no shit I'm just spouting off the dome. This is the bridging between science and spirit, child. This is the bridging between our material self and our etheric self. These bridges created to keep us from our own power. And so, with that being said, with my 8-month baby, recognizing the difference between right and wrong because I have already told her so. She was like, let me test these boundaries any motherfucker. Let me see how far I can go. And then at that moment, because it wasn't even the act of reaching for my dishwashing liquid. It was the deceptiveness that I popped her butt about, because now I know she understands clearly. It ain't just that I done told her no, I done told her no. Her looking over her shoulder, her looking for me was what got her little leg popped. You feel me? And guess what? We ain't never had that discussion again. My dishwashing liquid didn't move. We never had that conflict again. Once she said, okay, that's the boundary. That's the boundary right there. So we know the difference between right or wrong. Even as I recognize that we may do, I might steal if I'm desperate enough. I will. I concede that. I might go into a grocery store and load my bag if I'm desperate enough. I've been that desperate, as a matter of fact. I've been arrested for stealing before. I told you, I don't keep shit from y'all. I've been arrested for stealing before. You feel me? I was desperate. And I didn't feel no way about it. The only way I felt about it was the fuck that I got caught. But I ain't feel no other way about it than that. What Walmart gonna miss from a few baby outfits? Because that's what I stole, baby outfits and some baby food. We were desperate. You understand what I'm saying? And so that's different. You understand what I'm saying? Even the child, living in the ghetto and in the hood who may have to resort to selling drugs to make a living. That is different, y'all. I'm trying to tell you that is different. Because what I'm saying is not a condemnation of human beings. What I am talking about is this innate thing that we choose to ignore that exists in every last one of us. The difference between, and we don't articulate it this way, because I ain't even talking about, quote, right or wrong. Because right or wrong is some bourgeois morality imposed on us by those who own us, and in owning us need to control our movement and behavior in the world. That's where your, quote, morals come from. It don't come from something divine. Your sense of, quote, morality comes from your oppressor. It comes from your captive. It comes from your owner. It comes from your bosses. I'm trying to give you a fucking word. You understand what I'm saying? So there is a distinction that needs to be made, and that would be made in the hands of the mothers as those who issue out a determination of divine justice. There is a difference between one who steals out of necessity or even sells drugs out of necessity than one who looks at another and says, I, for my benefit and no other reason, you ain't committed no aggression against me, you ain't threatened my life, none of that. For my benefit, I have to murder you. I have to kill you. That is a different discussion that needs to be had. The whole concept of crime, the whole concept of morality, that has black people and brown people and red people hogtied to bullshit, hogtied to their oppression, has them on camera praying for their enemies, praying for the murderers of their children. Well, I just gonna pray that God forgive you for killing my son, killing my 16-year-old baby, shoot my baby in the back. That is the deeply profound internalization of your enemy's proximity to the Godhead and that somehow you deserved what happened because of your lack of proximity to the image of the Godhead. I hope y'all hear me. Because what has come down to you, what has been imposed in your skull since infancy through Christian or Abrahamic love bombing in your youthful age, in your baby age, what has been imposed on you is a system and a code of morality that ensures the preservation of your captor. What has been imposed on, infused into your very DNA, child. These are the mutations that I was talking about earlier. Symptoms, identifiable under a microscope as code, dysfunctional code in your genetic material, bitch, in your genes and in your chromosomes. That Jesus shit, that Allah shit, that Yahweh shit has created fucking actual mutations in your DNA, child. That according to the science, no matter how old or long those mutations have existed in your line, can be resolved. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This shit has been imposed on your skull. These systems, these mores, these 10 commandments, these divine providences of divine prophets who probably have never even lived in real life. Fictitious make-believe as Zeus himself. Fictitious make-believe as Shiva himself. But the acceptance of the words of the divine men who were the exclusive one able to receive this direct divine providence from the invisible God on high. And we have become the living embodiment of it. And these divine providences and declarations and ordinances and biblical prophecies and all the like, you understand? We embody them so efficiently and so well. These mores, the 10 commandments, divinely scripted by a light from the sky in the stone and shit. And we embody that shit. We swallow it like toxic fucking waste. It becomes a part of our lived daily experience. That sole purpose for its existence is to create within a body of God itself. Every last one of us being a personification of God on earth. Every one of us being a child of the mother. Still with free will, willing to do, having the ability to do what we want. But if our ideas come in between us and the goddess, what we believe and accept comes between us and the goddess, we will betray the goddess, we will betray the goddess, and we will become our own imprisoners. We will become our own jailers. We will become our own policers. We will become our own judges, constantly at war with ourselves in our head. Constantly self-criticizing ourselves. I remember the first time I had sex. I was 18 and wept like a child, looking at myself in the mirror like I had committed some great crime against the universe itself, literally sobbing like, oh my God, I've done it. This is the final act. I can't come back from this. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Weep sobbing for hours after I lost my virginity, like, oh my God, God ain't gonna forgive me. I'm certainly gonna go to hell. I can't come back from this. I can't come back from this. There's no way I can come back from this. Is everybody else gonna know? Constantly on guard that he done went out and told somebody and it's going to destroy my reputation. Me experiencing pleasure is going to destroy my reputation. Me in my foundational sexual years not expecting a man to fulfill me pleasurably as long as it was nice in the making out. I don't have to have an orgasm to enjoy sex. I just love the touch and the making out and the kissing. Placing someone's pleasure over mine. These are all the mores that come from your God. These are all the processes that we all accept. those of us born with uteruses and those of us that are facilitators of these aggressions. Males, they don't do it. I don't think they do it knowingly. I don't think they do it deliberately most of the time. They are moving based on their conditioning, just like we are. If we self-police, then men they become the police of the church. They become the police of the Father God. They become the police of these mores and institutions because they need to police us. We police ourselves. And in our policing of ourselves, which shows as lack of confidence, which shows as inability to speak up for ourselves, which shows as our unwillingness to defend ourselves, that somehow we just deserve the behavior that we got. I used to ask that of myself when I got married. That is my husband, my karmic debt for some crime I committed in a past life. I used to ask myself that. I'm not joking. Is my husband my karmic debt for some crime I committed in a past life, child? We begin to have a constant and perpetual narrative about ourselves, about how something that we have done in us, some weakness inherent in us, has us deserving of pain and suffering and trial and tribulation, that we must always be in a perpetual cycle of surviving or overcoming or persevering through or whatever. That our life is defined by perseverance and surviving and making it through and shit. You feel me? So my personal position is these laws, these mores, these moral codes, and all of this shit is just the most recent personification of the newest Godhead, which is the United States of America. These, oh my God, but according to the Supreme Court, this is a Godhead. But oh my God, according to the Constitution, this is the divinely ordained and handed down biblical text, the Constitution. These mores and codes. So the same Constitution, the same Supreme Court that gave you the rights to your body, I'm talking about abortion, a couple of years ago, can be the same institution, and there be no contradiction for this institution of divinely ordained justices paying attention to the divinely ordained biblical text known as the Constitution, can snatch them motherfucking rights right the fuck back based on their whim and their peculiar allegiance to their Father God. All this shit is trash. All this shit is trash. All this shit is trash. You feel me? And so I make a distinction, and I went off on that because I didn't have the language, because I was an atheist. I was a scientific revolutionary. I was a dialectical materialist, and so I didn't have the language to articulate the frustration that I was having within doing prison work, within doing what people are popularly calling abolition work. Because our line was, there is no place in the new world for the judicial system the way we experience it now. None of the shit is redeemable. That we're going to have to create something brand new, totally new. But could that be done under solely male leadership? Hell to the fucking no, it could not, even if it's colored male leadership. Absolutely, 1,000% no. A system erected to execute adequate justice, divine justice that is humane in its execution, that is humane in it, that recognizes the sovereignty of every single incarnate on earth. Placing your sovereignty as a human being, as an incarnate by birthright. Your birthright is sovereignty, and putting that at the center of what justice looks like among the group, depending upon the gravity of the crime that you have committed against another sovereign being on earth, will determine the gravity of your restitution, both to the person that you have harmed and how to resolve this shit that is obviously amiss in your own spirit and your own experience. How to do that. And so people be talking this bullshit, but the law say, and according to the law, and no bourgeois ass morality. no morality, no code set up for the sole purpose of maintaining the chasm between the thieves of the world and those who have been robbed. That's every law on earth. That's what exists for. That's what exists for. That's why a man who abuses his wife or rapes his wife won't see time, probably not even a night in jail. But a wife who murders her husband who is abusing her or who is taking advantage of her or raping her, there ain't no shortage of women around the country looking at life sentences as young as 13 years old for killing their pimps, for killing their abusers, for killing their spouses, for killing their boyfriends in self-defense. Ain't no shortage. As a matter of fact, there's some estimates of like 63% of the women incarcerated in the United States are there for crime, for so-called crimes that men would not receive time for. Self-defense against an aggressor, self-defense against someone who is threatening your very right to live. You feel me? So the only ones able to exact what looks like true and divine justice, if you have me tell it, are the grandmothers of the world. If you have me tell it, okay, anybody born with a uterus, I'll accept that. But yeah, I don't even know how I got on that discussion about justice and shit. But these are the real time problems that we have to solve. Oh, I remember how I got on that. Because doing this prison work and being up in there with these organizations not having any connection whatsoever to their ancestry, to their past, to even give them some insight about what they have the ability to build in the future, you have to be connected in some way to a world that existed before the world that you identify as the problem existed. So why wouldn't it be every revolutionary? Why wouldn't it be every communist? Why wouldn't it be every socialist default thing to do first when planning this future that you say you want to create is to go back before the emergence of or the erection of that what you say is at the heart of the problem for the rest of the world. Like, okay, what do we do? How was we living in the world before the emergence? Okay, colored people around the world, colored men around the world say, okay, it's white supremacy and that shit. Okay, then fine. What? They can't do that though. What did the world look like before the advent of imperialism and before the colonial project that sent white people out in the world to, quote, discover us colored folks? What was happening in the world? So let's say that's their starting point, because that's where they say all the issues come from, is just the emergence of white supremacy in the world and the colonial period and the age of exploration. That's where they say the starting point is for everything that's wrong in the world today. Start there. The reason they can't start there the reason that they can't start there Sophia Sulfur Channel 22. The reason they can't start at the before the advent of the white world's, quote, discovery of the rest of us is because to look there as the starting point of, quote, what to create in the future does not resolve the issue. That's why they can't start there. So they just make a blanket statement about white supremacy and white nationalism and imperialism because that can't be their starting point. If you're shaping a future, don't it just make common sense that you would go back to what you say is the origin of your suffering and say, okay, how was we living in the world before we met them? You feel me? And what of that can we use to construct something that has that as our basis, our foundational understanding, and then build on that? They can't do that in nationalist circles. You can't do that in black nationalist circles. Sorry. You can't do that in native nationalist circles. Sorry. Can't do that in Mayan nationalist circles. Can't do that, right? You can't do that in Azteca nationalist circles. You can't do that in Chinese or Vietnamese or Japanese nationalist circles about, quote, wanting to see a new world and the future and the end of imperialism and all that shit. Because if that is your starting point, guess what you would see? Is how we was living before the emergence of white supremacy in the world. Guess what you would see? The same shit you see right now. Slavery in non-white countries. Every the fuck where? Slavery, class divisions, every fucking where. What would you see? The rise of patriarchal sons over their mothers. So now, patriarchy exists. Patriarchal expressions, patriarchal relationships, now they exist. That's why they can't start at the beginning before, right? That's why they can't start there. And God forbid, because they can't afford for us ourselves and the global rest around the world to see that this project of the emergence and consecration of patriarchy has a long history and it has many colored faces. It has many colored faces. The sons of every race have risen against their mothers. The sons of every race. Empire has had empire. Global imperial ambitions have had many colored faces. Honey, at the very best, what you can say is that the youngest among us, which is white people, white males are the youngest of us on earth. Are they not? White males are the youngest of us on earth. And the very best you can say about this historical relationship is that white males learned just what I told y'all black people say. We learned everything we learned how to do by watching white people. Well, that ain't necessarily accurate, because white people learned what they learned and how to behave and move around the globe by watching y'all colored folks. Can't have it both ways. You can't say that white people are the youngest people on earth. And if white people are the youngest people on earth, then it means that white males are the youngest people on earth. Because the first white male had to have a white mama. You feel me? So white males are the youngest the youngest people, the youngest ethnic group on earth. And if that is the case, baby, they learned what they learned from somewhere. They learned and perfected what they learned from somewhere. You remember that story I was telling you 2 nights ago about what was it? I don't even remember the context, child. Goddamn. But I knew it was gonna be important. Remember, I was just telling y'all 2 nights ago about the it wasn't y'all. Oh my God. I did a reading yesterday that was so fucking profound. It like blew my wig, this woman's reading. And because Jupiter just formed a triune with Chiron, and this woman's rising sign was a Sagittarius, child, let me just tell y'all, okay? But let me just make my point, and then I will tell y'all what had happened. Okay, so I was telling the sister yesterday, because she didn't know, because we always hear about Chiron as just the wounded healer, the wounded healer, the wounded healer, the wounded healer, and we don't know why Chiron is a wounded healer. We don't know the mythological story that gave rise to this understanding in astrology, where we, the wounded healer, need to do this work to heal the wounds of the wounded healer. Whatever. We don't have no context, so we just keep saying that shit over and over again. Where Jupiter, 2 days ago, just formed a trine with Chiron, and this sister's rising was Sagittarius. Sagittarius is a centaur. Chiron was a centaur, right? So I'm telling her about the story, the mythological story. She was like, damn, I ain't know none of this shit. None of the story of Chiron. But she is having a whole ass moment, because she was like, I'm telling her the story about how Chiron came to be wounded. He was thrice wounded, right? Most people don't know that story. He was thrice wounded. And so I'm telling her the story of his wounds, and she's like, oh my God. Every time I would tell her a new one, she's like, oh my God. She's like, you are reading my whole life just by me telling her mythological story about Chiron and how he became wounded, right? And in the story, the last wound of Chiron was that he was betrayed by his student. He was betrayed by his student. He gave everything that he knew, everything that his father taught him, he taught to his student. Made him the best that he could possibly be. Who was Chiron's chief student, to whom he entrusted with all of the secrets handed to him by his father god, Apollo? Apollo taught him everything. What he mastered was herbs, the secret of herbs. But Apollo taught him everything, taught him divine spell casting through music. That's what Apollo taught him. Taught him the magic of music, taught him the magic and the secret language of herbs, taught him everything, taught him to become a chief archer, Chiron. But where he excelled and where he linked was based on his first wound. The reason he wanted to heal everybody was because of his first wound, child. I'm going to tell y'all this story, but let me just wrap up why I got to that. Because we talking about white people. We talking about white males, we talking about white males, right? And this thing that we have been accustomed, especially in nationalist spaces, of hearing is a grand fucking blanket explanation around why the men that are closest to us, no matter what our color is, why the men that are closest to us are the ones that are most likely going to do us harm. And they say, well, it's because we was enslaved for so long, you feel me? And we just learned, it's like we can't help it. This thing we just learned by watching white people. And we supposed to accept that as the justification and excuse for why we stay in a constant state of fearing for our lives by people that claim to love us, though we love them. You feel me? And then the other part of that is that we are supposed to assume as nationalists that once the white man is no longer a factor in the world the way that it is, that y'all just gonna naturally give up your violent tendencies and aggressions towards us. That's just gonna stop. But we gotta win first, because that, you know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you that that's the language that I've been hearing the whole time I was in Black nationalist circles. Mm-hmm. And then to start walking with the goddess, and she like, honey, that's that bullshit ass bullshit. Fuck what you heard. That ain't no shit I subscribe to. That ain't no shit I subscribe to at all. So you need to do a little bit more digging. You need to do a little bit more reading. You need to do a little bit more research. And here scientifically, archaeologically, evidentiarily, you understand, radioactively, when they do the radioactive carbon dating and shit, it's a global consensus that white males are the youngest people on the planet, the last to evolve from the group. And if that is true, and if that is the case, you understand, then where they learned what they learned, where that come from? Where that come from? Where that come from? And if that's the case, isn't that the exact story I was just telling you astrologically about how the last wound of Chiron was the betrayal of the master by his student? Apollo was his adoptive father that gave him all the secrets of the arts, because Apollo, according to the mythology, was a master performer of magic. He was a holder of the sacred sciences of magic. Why? Because he slayed the mother's serpent. He slayed the great mother's serpent and overtook her chief oracle, and they call it the damn, man. It's like the simplest shit is the shit that escapes me. Fuck, man. It's the place. It's a specific word that I am looking for, but it is the place where the chief Sibyl oracle was housed, and this temple, I can't remember the name of it, but this temple was said in the mythology to be protected by a great primordial serpent who slept under the earth and protected the gates of this temple, or protected the entry of this temple. And Apollo said, I want that shrine. I want that temple. And in order for him to acquire the chief magical secrets of the oracle who resided in this temple, he had to slay the great primordial serpent that protected the temple. He slain the chief oracle of the goddess and took mount in her temple. So this is supposed, we don't ever read that story about Apollo, about how he got his divine magical powers of the arts and the herbs and the sciences and shit, is that he stole it by murdering the great primordial serpent that was defending the mother's temple. You see, so Apollo finds Chiron abandoned by his mother, his human mother, and raises him as his own, teaches him everything he knows, all the mysteries, all the magic, all the science, how to use music as a magical instrument. But the thing that he took to the most, based on his first wound, Chiron, The thing that he took to the most was herbs. His first wound was abandonment by his mother. This is a word. This is a word. His first wound, I'll tell you real quick. His first wound was abandonment by his mother. You feel me? The second wound was his first wound was that he was the product of rape. His mother had been raped. I don't remember who the god is. I would assume, just because that was his nature, Delphi. Thank you so much. God damn, that was gonna drive me crazy. Pretty Nikki girl, bless you. Bless you, bless you, bless you. I told you the simplest shit is the shit that eludes me the most these days. The Temple of Delphi. He slayed the mother's serpent, the mother's representative at the temple, and the chief Sibyl that occupied the temple. He slayed it and then took mount in the temple, and it became his. Okay? So anyway, the first wound of Chiron was that his mother was raped. I want to say it was by Zeus, because Zeus is the only one I've ever heard of that perpetually and notoriously would change himself into some creature before going raping some woman that he sets his sights on. You feel me? And I also, side note, Pythia, thank you. And I also have a side note to that, is that every time you read a story about Zeus raping some woman after he transformed himself into an animal, every time they tell those stories, they say that Zeus fell in love with this woman and changed himself into a beast of some sort to copulate with her. They always frame the story that way, is that Zeus fell in love with. Read it. Go somewhere right now and read some old text about the Greek stories, and they always say that he, having fell in love with her beauty, transformed himself into some animal of his choosing on any given day to take advantage of her and copulate with her. And these are the creatures that came out of this copulation. Half human, half animal, whatever the fuck. Every half human, half animal, anything was because some human had been raped by some deity against her will to procreate some half human, half deity, some half human, half animal thing, right? And so that was Chiron's first wound, is that he was the product of rape, that some deity had fashioned himself as a horse to rape Chiron's mother. And one, because she was so emotionally injured by the rape itself, and then she has this baby that is the perpetual reminder of this aggression against her body, because he was born half human, half horse, that she abandoned the child. And when she abandoned the child, fucking Apollo came down and took Chiron under his wing to teach him everything that he knew. Well, Chiron had been abandoned by his mother. So his second wound was the fact that his human mother did not love him. Walk with me. His human mother did not love him. That was his second wound. It wasn't necessarily the abandonment. It was the fact that his human mother hated the sight of him. Right? And so when Apollo teaches him everything that he teaches him, he leans in these multiplicity of arts that he has access to towards the healing arts. But he exclusively treats humans. This is his internalized way, based on his wound, to attempt to win the love of humans, though humans hated centaurs. Chiron was the civilized centaur. Are y'all walking with me? Chiron was the civilized centaur, because in Greek mythology, centaurs had always been viewed with revile, because the language was they was wildly, they was always having sex, they was always drunk and living outside the parameters of the norm that the gods had set for human beings. So humans hated centaurs. This is in Greek mythology. Humans hated centaurs because they did not live within the frame of normal set before them by the gods. And so nobody knew centaurs because they was off in the wild, reviled and living on the outskirts of human society. But because Chiron had this peculiar experience where his mother was the victim of exploitation by a god, That was how he came to be. So he felt this loyalty to both the gods and to his mother, who hated his sight. She didn't hate him because he was a centaur like the rest of human beings did. She hated the sight of him because it was a constant reminder of her powerlessness in this aggression against her body by the gods. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so when Apollo gives him all the divine secrets that he stole from the mother, the one he leaned into was the healing arts. He was a master healer. They say he was a giving teacher. He wanted to share everything he knew with everybody. He had many students eager to learn, and he was eager to teach, because the source of his ambition, the source of his ambition to heal, the source of his ambition to teach, the source of his ambition to give freely of himself. I just want to help people. Isn't that what I just talked about the other day? How we've been duped into being perpetual healing servants to the group, we Black women. I just want to help people. I'm going to be a nurse. I'm going to be a healer. I'm going to just do something for the greater good, even if it comes at my expense. That was Chiron. The ambition, the true ambition, because we might think because of our conditioning that that's really what we have a desire to do, is to just, I just want to help people. I just want to serve people. I just want to be a servant to humanity. We might think that it is really our passion and our longing. But if we study the wounded healer, who is up in our face and multiplied by 100 because of this triune with Jupiter right now. If we study the wounded healer and we read the story, the way it is written, that what drove him, among all the other gifts that he had been given, to focus his energy on healing others, particularly humans, on teaching others, particularly humans, was his feeble attempt to address this wound in him. He said, if I help humans, they won't hate us no more. If I serve humans, they won't hate us no more. If I teach humans, they won't hate us no more. They will see that we can be civilized. That we ain't like them other centaurs out there wilding and getting sexed all the time and just roaming free and shit and drinking and shit. We can be civilized too. We can be we can display humanity and shit. And so they say that even though his second wound was the fact that his mother didn't love him, some people will say, and some of the articulations is that abandonment was his second wound. But his second wound, if you have me tell it, was that his mother did not love him. And this is how that translated into his care for other humans. Since he could not acquire the love of his human mother, he will spend his life using his gifts to attempt to acquire the love and respect for other humans, from other humans. That if I just heal them enough, if I just give myself enough, if I just give of myself enough, if I just teach them enough, if I just reason with them enough, they will see that I too have value. I too am worthy of righteous treatment and shit. I will take multiplicities of mentees up under my wing and give them everything I know handed to me directly from God. And if I teach enough people, that I will be loved. I will be respected. I will be seen as a healer. I will be seen as a teacher. And what happens? Does anybody know who his chief student was? Does anybody know the story of Chiron, or am I springing this on y'all brand new? Because I might be springing this on y'all brand new. But his chief student was very famous, very, very, very famous, very well known, name spoken throughout the annals of history, and you never hear his relationship to his teacher, to his master teacher. Achilles was his chief student. Achilles was his chief student. Achilles supposedly was a demigod, indestructible, except when his mama dunked him in the river Styx to protect him, she missed his ankles. You feel me? Because she was holding him by his ankles when she dipped, so his ankles was not protected. You feel me? Isn't this a wonderful story? Because I'd always only heard of the story of Achilles when he got shot in the Achilles tendon. And that's why we call it that, because his mama did not protect his Achilles tendon. You feel me? But we don't realize that his death by being shot in the ankle with a poison arrow in his heel is retribution. Because Achilles, as Chiron's chief student, who he shared all the secrets of the heavens, all the secrets of the father god Apollo, of the sun god Apollo, with Achilles, to teach Achilles everything he knew. Because Achilles was an archer. Achilles was a warrior. Chiron was his teacher. Achilles was swift. He was smooth. He was shrewd with the women, the arts, the music, the magic within them. Chiron taught Achilles all his swag, everything he used was taught to him by his master teacher. And the third wound that Chiron experienced was to be murdered by Achilles. Achilles shot Chiron with a poison arrow. And before Chiron died, the healer, that's what y'all be told superficially, the wounded healer who heals others and cannot heal themselves, right? So you have to, quote, heal your wounds before you, that's your lesson to learn, is that you have to heal your wounds before you can heal others. But they don't tell you the context with which his wounds occurred. Here he is, master teacher, taught personally by Apollo himself. You feel me? By Apollo himself. And he is struck by a poison arrow loosed by his own student. And the deities took so much pity on him for this terrible event that before he breathed his last breath, they elevated him to the stars, where he became the constellation Chiron, the wounded healer who could not heal himself. But the third wound was betrayal by his student. Now, if we want to juxtapose this to the story I just told you about how white males are the youngest people on earth, you know what I'm saying? And everything that they learn from some colored person. And then they learned so well and they learned so strategically that they became better at their crafts of aggression than even their fathers, their forefathers. This is a story of the student who betrays the master and becomes better at the craft than the master himself. See the parallel? That all this stuff that Chiron was attempting to do, to just garner the affection, garner the respect of, garner, the love from those that he had seen in every one of their faces, the mother who abandoned him. You feel me? Giving of himself freely and unendingly. Every time you see a show because it's in a lot of shows, the story of Chiron. What was that show that was so popular? The Magicians. Y'all remember the show The Magicians? Chiron is in the story, The Magicians. Chiron is in the story. One of them got to go get healed, and everybody's like, "No, this magic too big for us to heal." You feel me? And so they got to go to Chiron. They don't call him Chiron. They call him. They say, "Oh, the centaurs are the greatest healers on earth. The centaurs are the greatest healers on earth. We got to go find the centaurs." And the centaurs had a campsite where they were treating all these wounded soldiers, and then they took them to the head. They took him to the head centaur, and the rest of the story. But he's up in there. He's in a lot of modern, mythological retellings. But anyway, so he dies and is elevated to star status. He is placed in this tragic story in the heavens as the constellation Chiron, right? And is disappeared from modern retelling of mythology. It's not until very recently we start hearing the retelling of the story of Chiron. Yet everybody know Achilles' name. Everybody know him. You feel me? Everybody know him. don't know that he is the archer who loosed the poison arrow that killed Chiron. You feel me? So, you wounded healers, because I hear a lot of y'all talking about that. Well, I'm a psychic. I'm a medium. I'm a death doula. I'm a doula. I'm an acupuncturist. I'm a diviner. Feeling convicted my whole life because of my placements. And it just made sense. I'm a Virgo. We gray humanitarians. We silent. You feel me? We just do for the good of humanity. You feel me? That's our lot in life. When you go and look at the occupations that Virgos are most likely to take up, it's thankless, fucking unrecognized, where your ass die in oblivion with no goddamn evidence that you ever lived. You can put your hands on 1 million people. Done changed 1 million people's lives, child. And I guarantee you at your damn burial, would nobody even think to call your name. The silent sufferers, Virgos. You understand? And so it wasn't until, because even all this time that I've been, in these spiritual spaces, really on this walk with the goddess, since my entry into E5, I still wasn't studying astrology at all. Not till very, very recently. You feel me? I got my chart read for the first time in 2018. So it wasn't even until I started completing or, going deeper in this walk with the mother, that I started really paying attention to my own cosmic fingerprint, my chart, and start looking at my chart like, oh my God, I should have known this when I was born. My mama should have been teaching this to me when I was born. My life wouldn't have been so hard if I had the blueprint for the fulfillment of my destiny in the form of my chart. That's why my walk through life been so chaotic, because I didn't have the directions that were peculiar to me in my incarnation. 2018, the first time I got my chart read. I didn't know my triad. I didn't know my great three, my sun, my moon, my rising, until 2018. I didn't know about my Capricorn placement. I didn't know about my Gemini rising until 2018 when I got my chart done. And then I could instantly go back into my life after reading these archetypes, after reading the characteristics, both shadow and light archetypes, shadow and light personifications of these archetypes, that I could instantly go back over my whole life and be like, oh my God, this information would have changed so many very identifiable circumstances in my life in real time. It's not to lament over what I did not have in the past. It is to help to alert me in real time that once I got the information, I could see as evidence in real time moments in my life where having this information in my possession would have changed the trajectory and the direction I was taking in my life. That's all. Right? And so this thing with Chiron, and people are talking about Chiron, because Chiron has been in this side of the heavens for some time now. And Chiron just forming this T-square on, what's today? Saturday? On Thursday with Jupiter, who magnifies everything, intensifies everything. I say this here and in readings. Any woman that is melanated in general, any woman that is Black in particular, that tells me in response to the question that I ask you, what is your current occupation and what did you want to be when you grow up, before the noise of the world started changing your mind about what you wanted, when you were excited about the world, when you was little? What did you want to be when you grow up? There's a reason that I ask those questions, right? And if the response to those questions, if what you are now is a healer, what do you want to do in the future is still within the frame of healing, but what you wanted to be when you grow up was something radical. I had one woman tell me with a straight face, I wanted to be a superhero, And even though I knew I may not be able to fly, I was like, I'll be okay being the closest thing to a superhero. I said, okay, well, what was that? She said, I was like, for me, when I was a little girl, I felt like the only thing that existed that looked like real superheroes were firemen. And so I decided I wanted to be a fireman because I wanted to be a superhero. You feel me? And is what you do right now remotely connected to your childhood vision of your life? And is what you're saying that you want to be in the future even remotely tied to what you wanted to be when your sight was not blinded or inhibited by the noise of the outside world? You feel me? And the reason I ask that is because these women that be telling me they are healers or they're in some occupation that they hate, and I ask them, well, what you want to do after this? And they say, I want to be a healer. I'm like, no, you don't. I don't even hesitate. I don't even laugh. Bitch, no, you don't. What you mean I don't want to be a healer? Well, I'm good with herbs. Well, I'm good with laying my hands on people. Well, I give good advice. I think I'll be a good diviner. Well, I read tarot for myself. I think I could do that for other people. You don't want to be a healer. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. I know this is fucking up a lot of y'all game plans. I know this is fucking up a lot of y'all game plans and y'all ambitions. You feel me? I know. And I would not be telling you this shit if I did not care about your life, if I did not care about your spirit and your soul, if I didn't care about your ecstasy and your passion and you living a life of pleasure. You feel me? I am attempting to escape my occupation. And that ain't no shit I didn't hear from y'all. I've been saying for about 2 years now, I'm trying to weave my way out of healing work. Yes, I am. I'm trying to weave my way out of putting my hands on human beings. Yes, I am. Because it has had me in a contest with my knowing and myself and what I know about what has been done to us to make us think that the idea of becoming a healer is our own idea, unaffected by and unimpacted by 400 previous years and 400 years of genetic material in our body that done taught us that the only purpose that we serve, that the only minimal value we may have in this country, in this world, is to be in service to someone the fuck else. And this is just a new personification of that. Alternative medicine school. You think it's your own idea? Well, I hate the medical industry, so I'm going to go to alternative medical school. That's what I did. That's what I believed. Convicted to it. I don't regret it, but we have to evolve every day. We have to be willing to evolve every day. We have to be willing to face the uncomfortable truth within our own selves. I was at war for a long time with myself about this thing that's happening in me, about my relationship to healing, my relationship to wellness, my ability to do what I do for people. I'm very fucking good at what I do. I had me tell it I am extraordinary at what I do. That's the conflict. I actually love what I do. I love to be able to do this thing. You feel me? Boy, why your butt on me? God, don't nobody want to see your butt. Ugh. I love what I do. You feel me? But it is still within the context of being a scientist, being a historian, being a woman who spends every ounce of her day studying to be able to demystify everything that's been done to us, to first have to experience in my own flesh and in this own contest, in my own spirit and in my own flesh. I'm not telling you something. I'm not telling any woman that I read something that I am not currently experiencing as a contest within myself, recognizing that this is not the life my ancestors had in store for me. That if my ancestors had been free, that if my ancestors had been allowed to galvanize the wealth that they are responsible for creating up in this bitch, do you think you would be a nurse if slavery had never existed? Do you think you would be a nurse if slavery had never existed? If our capture had never happened, do you think you would be a nurse right now? Do you think you would be a healer? Do you think you would be rubbing on white people's asses? Do you think you would be taking care of old white people in nursing homes in their last and dying days if you had never been a captive? If the institution of genocide and slavery had never unfolded, do you think that this is what I always wanted to be? I always wanted to take care of people. I always wanted to help people. Do you think this is what you would be? Let me ask you a deeper question. If slavery and colonialism and imperialism and capitalism had never existed, never unfolded ever, would there be a need for you to be a healer? Would there be a need for 10% of the population to go into healing occupations? Would there be an inflow, a line waiting outside your door of people who are sick, whether mentally or emotionally or physically ill, a plethora of traumas that they trying to undo in their life? Would there be a line of motherfuckers waiting for your skills if this thing had never unfolded? I'm just saying, let's just start with what the Negroes say, with what the Black nationalists say. If Rome had never been given birth to, you understand? If white imperial conquest and genocide and slavery had never unfolded, even just starting there, would you be in the situation your ass is in now? In any way? And can you imagine it? If Africa had never been assaulted, I'm talking about we just starting with Europeans, because that's what y'all say is the source of all problems. If Africa had not been assaulted by Europeans, just that's the starting point. You feel me? And the subsequent age of discovery and exploration, you feel me, had never unfolded. And the Christian Catholic campaign of the genocide of the indigenous people of the Western Hemisphere had never unfolded. And the subsequent, because it was the genocide of those people that made way, that cleared the land for the bringing of millions of Black-skinned people to the Western Hemisphere. They needed to be able to recognize that if there was not enough indigenous people that the African people could relate to, that they could stage a contest and they would be outnumbered wildly, they had to clear the land before they started bringing all these captives across the water to make sure that they was demoralized and damn near destroyed, and that the people coming over on boats as captives knew they didn't have nobody that they could lean to help them get free. You think if that did not happen, your ass would be choosing nursing as an occupation? CNA, certified nursing assistant, as your occupation? The thankless job of, quote, teaching other people's children as your occupation for a salary that does not even support you? That you still got to go get food stamps as an educator, and you still buying supplies and shit for your classroom because they don't pay you enough and they don't provide the shit as the institution? Do you think your ass would be a thankless teacher in this world before slavery that for 400 years taught you to be faceless, to be silent, to not speak, to not cry, to not show emotion? Every show of emotion was an offense to your captor. How? Because he did not want to see, he could not see you as human. She could not see you as human. That's why they were uncomfortable by your shows of emotion. Because I guarantee you, it's why white people hate to see people happy, Black people happy right now. I guarantee you, it's that ancestral memory of theirs that makes them uncomfortable with your displays of joy, with your displays of happiness, with your displays of sorrow, with your displays of despair. They are made uncomfortable by our emotions, because our emotions may strike to what's left of the humanity in them to force them to see us as human. And so your captor during 400 years of slavery could not afford for that part of him that may still exist, that little seed, that little chromosome that still may exist, to be elicited. They had to create an institution that made it so that they never saw you as human. And your emotions were the only thing that could trigger that. And so that's why you learned to be emotionless, to not cry, to not shout in despair when your body was being aggressed upon, to be silent when you are in birthing pain, to not display emotion when your loved one was sold to another plantation 100 miles away, 400 miles away, to not show too much love, care, or emotion to your children, because you know that if you showed emotion and care to your children, this becomes the weapon that they use to keep you in line through threat of selling your baby off to somewhere else. So you had to even reserve your shows of emotion for the nighttime, for when everybody's asleep. But you had to be mean to your babies. You had to be stern to your babies. Because if the master knew how much I loved this child, he would take the baby from me just to spite me. And you don't think that shit lives on in their goddamn DNA. You don't think that shit lives on in their DNA. You understand? And it went on so long. It went on so long, y'all. And so now, like Chiron, because of the manipulation of our will to defend ourselves, to protect ourselves, to preserve our lives, they find always some betrayer among us, some colored person among us, to quell, to subdue, to invalidate our cries for redemption, our cries for retribution, our cries for revenge, our screams of rage. They will find somebody who look like us, might even act a little ghetto, might even have a little, AAVE swaggerdoja to themselves, to get in front of us, to talk us out of our self-preservation, to speak us back from our natural inclination to fit. Stop, man. To defend and preserve our existence on earth, to walk our spells of indignation back and say, let the system work. Well, we do live in the greatest country on earth. I guess we do just need to chill out and just let the process work. You feel me? So that's why I be telling women, I don't go that deep with them, but I can tell you now that if you are in the healing arts of any kind and you call me for a divination, one thing I'm gonna tell you is you got homework. Don't nobody leave without homework. Nobody. You got homework. You got 7 days to at least begin the process of executing your homework. You got 7 days, even if that's just doing research on your homework. You got 7 days to take some action in the direction of your homework. And 2, if you tell me you're considering going into the healing arts in any way, shape, or form, I'm going to tell you, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's a trap, bitch. It's a setup. It's a more colorful, and palatable way to serve others at your expense. It's a setup. Because not only is it a setup, even if you make what you have been told is a decent living in the healing arts, you are still nowhere even close to receiving what you deserve for the gravity of this skill that you willingly and damn near freely give to others. But you need to be rich if your ass is a healer. You are giving of your divine essence, but you ain't just talking. I ain't just talking. I am not just teaching you through opening my mouth. Every time I open my mouth, a part of my life comes out with it. Every time I put my hands on someone and I have a needle at the tip, literally taking of my own chi that is strong and bountiful and penetrating your skin, your primary defense system. And your defense system knows the difference between me sticking a needle in your shit and a mosquito sticking itself in your. It divinely knows the difference. And I take that needle and stick it in your skin and manipulate. How do I manipulate? I'm not just turning the needle. I am calling on my own divine source, which is strong and bountiful. And I am reminding your cells, reminding your chi, reminding your channels, reminding your source chi that it remembers what to do, but it needs help in the recollection. That's what Chinese medicine is. And anybody practicing any other way than that is doing you a disservice. They are no different than a goddamn medical doctor handing you a written prescription and never having put his hands on your actual flesh. I am taking of myself, even when I'm doing a divination for you. These are insights that you have access to. It is those spirits around you. It's those ancestors within you that led you to the moment to call me and say, look, I need you to do my first reading. Do you know how many women in the last year? I have only been doing divination for other people virtually for a year. How many women have called me? A lot. I'm always struck by it, invigorated by it. How many women that are telling me when they call me, this is the first time in my entire life I have received a divination. I just left the church. I only been out to church. I just left the Hebrew Israelites. I just left some goddamn patriarchal institution, and you are the first person that I am calling to read my life. Thank you, S. Taylor, for the donation, darling. You are the first person that I am getting to intervene on my ancestors' behalf so you can show me what I am not yet able to see. So it's been an extraordinary amount of women who have been calling me. This is the first time I'm ever getting divination. This is the first time anything. I ain't never even read astrology in newspaper. You understand what I'm saying? And so I'm telling you, Black women, I'm telling you from my own knowing, from my own experience. Again, you are a sovereign being, but now you are informed. Now you are an informed sovereign being. Now you can make decisions based on your relationship to your flesh and how it feels to you. You ain't just making you ain't making decisions and coming to conclusions based on all the information that's piled in your head, right? Or everything everybody done told you in the past of how it should be and how it's supposed to go, or now you are able to make a truly self-governing, sovereign decision about your life. That's how I'm teaching you. So I will always tell you, if you call me for a reading and say, I want to be a healer, and I don't give a fuck what kind of healer you say you want to be, bitch. I'm trying to tell you, reading tarot cards, doing Reiki and all, I don't care, because I do all of that shit. Reiki certified, third degree Reiki master, blah, 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 all that shit. I did all of that shit. My toolbox is enormous. And I will still tell your ass, like I'm plotting and scheming today. Especially don't put your hands on nobody else in the capacity of a healer. If what you are receiving in return is not what's the word I'm looking for? Reciprocal on the terms defined by you. You say, this is what my craft, my essence, my inner chi, my source chi, this is what it costs to gain access to that. This is what it costs. You feel me? And I don't give a fuck what you say it costs. I'm not charging y'all enough. And I can see that. I can go to other people's pages for what I do as a diviner and what I do as a healer and doing consult, and I do not charge y'all enough. Not even close. Not even close. You feel me? But if you say, bitch, you want 1 hour of a talk with me, a discussion with me about your life, and you want me to tap into my spirit guides and my ancestors and everybody to come on deck that informs me through my experience, it's going to cost you $1,000 for an hour. And if you say that's what your value is, what your worth is, what your chi is, if you say that's the value of your source essence, and they are not willing to give you that, then they do not need what you have. They don't need what you have. You feel me? So, do not do it. Do not do it, because the other side of that I struggle with often, right, is the majority, not exclusively, but the majority of the people that I work with are women of color, hands-on Mexican women here in California. The majority of the people that I put hands on are Mexican women. Not exclusively. There, I have some white patients, some black patients, several male patients, but the great majority of people who seek my services are Mexican women. And so when I be thinking about, it's my own internal conflict because of a life of 15 years in a socialist revolutionary organization and the conditioning that I am actively still trying to deconstruct in terms of my relationship to money and what you learn that are extraordinarily bad habits inside of socialist organizations. And so me charging what I charge for people that are greatly people of color, I always get to this point where I'm like, damn, if I'm gonna put my hands on people, I want it to be us. You feel me? I want it to be melanated people. You know what I'm saying? I want it to be black people. I want it to be women. And if I do that, if I say that I have a practice that's exclusively women of color, you feel me? Or even other marginalized people. I told you I have several trans clients, right? That if I want to exclusively treat these people, then I can't do what I say I want to do and what I'm telling y'all to do, which is to charge $1,000 an hour or $500 an hour because of what I bring to the table that I know no one else does, treats the way no one else does, counsels the way no one else does, right? But damn, these poor and oppressed and colonized and colored folks that I'm working with, catch 22. Because if I want someone to pay me $1,000 an hour for these services that are well worth $1,000 an hour, guess who's gonna be primarily knocking on my door to give me $1,000 an hour? Especially in Hollywood. Just take a wild guess of who's gonna be paying me $1,000 an hour. And do I want to be spending 8 hours of my day exclusively in the company of people who want to pay me $1,000 an hour? That's the catch 22. That's the catch 22. Because are they really there to get help, or are they there to siphon my energy? Are they really there because something is wrong with them and they want to be in alignment, they want to be in right way? Or they, like they do with their shaman, or like they do with their guru, or like they do when they go to Peru to do ayahuasca to have a spiritual experience, or like they do when they go sit at the feet of the Dalai Lama, or what? Whether that's their conscious intention or not is their default state of being in a world that has not resolved it in the consciousness of them. They may really like me as a person. There are a lot of white people who like me as a person. I'm a likable person. They may really care about my life. But this fucking chasm that exists between we and them is not resolved. So there are default patterns that they too will lean into based on their pace of privilege. There is. Whether that's their conscious intention or not, they have to face it. We have to face it. And so they may say, I've been having migraines for blah, 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 blah. And they pay me $1,000 for an hour. And I am taking of my bountiful, strong source chi to manipulate and invigorate and reawaken their dormantly sleeping dysfunctional for whatever reason, whether it's a deficiency or an excess, whatever the actual diagnosis is. It is me. It's not just the needle, boo. It's not just me knowing where the point is, boo. It's not just the point itself, because if it was just the point itself, bitch, you wouldn't be sicking up in here. It is the me as the conduit that allows source to come through me and my peculiar source energy, the only I have as Cassandra-Floyd, born to my God, Jacqueline Jeanette Floyd. It's my peculiar source chi that has the ability to do what it does for this person who, for whatever reason, has come into my space, come into my cipher, recognizing in me that which they have not recognized in others, which is why they came to me for what they need. But the problem is I also have to be in real time, protected, covered, you know what I'm saying? before I put my hands on them, before I break their skin, child, before I break their goddamn defensive barrier to infuse me into them. And so what are you really here for? You just want some black woman to put their hands on you, bitch? Or are you here? Is your reptilian mind? You may not even be conscious of it. But is it your reptilian mind? Is it your dysfunctionally mutated cellular DNA coming from the aggressions executed by your ancestors on the bodies of others, seeing them as perpetual, seeing my ancestors as perpetual, conduits of free energy that you can tap into and exploit whenever you see fit? Are you just here to siphon my energy, bitch? Because if you are, $1,000 ain't even enough. $1,000 ain't even enough. In this space with me, in this hour with me, are you willing to go deeper than anyone white like you has gone to get to the essence of what makes you too sick? Is it just a migraine that you have? Is it just you recovering from breast cancer? Is it just you had surgery 15 years ago, but you still have gnawing, constant pain from the surgery that was supposed to resolve all your issues? Or is your physical pain an unresolved expression of something deeper, broken in you that must be faced? You see? So, again, that's a long and deep way to tell you, don't have your feelings hurt. If you call me and you say, I always wanted to be a herbalist, I always wanted to be a healer, I always wanted to do the this and 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 this and this and this, I'm gonna tell you don't do it. I'm gonna tell you, if that means you gotta sit in the sweat lodge somewhere, your ass gotta go camping in the woods for a week so you can get the clutter of the world out your space and out your head, so you can get a clear communication from your flesh about what really will give you passion, what really will give you pleasure, and to know that passion and pleasure will earn you more. I'm talking about in an ability to secure your life. I'm not talking about esoterically, okay? Leading with passion and pleasure as a goal that is non-negotiable. What your spirit say, what your flesh say you need to be doing as the thing that you are spending the most of your time doing, to both make a living, to earn a living, and to lead in that earning of a living with pleasure and ecstasy and shit and passion and all of those things. That's what I'm gonna ask you. Now, you making herbs and shit, is that gonna give you pleasure and passion? Then okay, do that then. If that's an honest answer, do that then. You understand what I'm saying? If putting your hands on other people is going to give you pleasure and ecstasy, and that's how you make your money, I'll say, okay, then I concede, be a healer. But for 99.9% of y'all, I guarantee if I inquire that way, you'll be lying. If you said anything, if you said, yep, I would still be a healer because it would give me pleasure and ecstasy. 99.9% of y'all gonna be lying. Gonna be lying. And I guarantee you, a week sleeping in the dirt, sleeping in the trees, waking up with the sun will change your mind. I guarantee it. I guarantee you. I promise you. I'm willing to bet money on it. I'm ready to put money on it. Give yourself a week out of your life. And I mean an honest week out of your life. I ain't talking about going to some motherfucking resort somewhere where you in the United States of America, even though you in another country. It look just like America and you in motherfucking Indonesia and shit. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about getting naked in these motherfucking woods, sleeping on the ground, getting bit by bugs, swimming in some dirty lake. You know what I'm saying? Hiking up a mountain, chopping your own wood, lighting your own fire. Shit. I guarantee you give it a week and your mind will be changed about what you need to be pursuing in your life to both secure your life without sacrificing pleasure and ecstasy, which is your fucking birthright. So when I tell you, I'm telling you, don't be a healer. Don't do it. Don't go into no occupation whatsoever where you are serving others. And I done did them all, God damn it. Bartending, waiting tables, restaurant management, you name it. I done served people in every possible way you can imagine. Taking care of old people, cleaning up their messy bed. I done did it. I done did it. And even in those moments where I was, quote, making good money, I was miserable. We can't sacrifice pleasure and ecstasy no more. As a matter of fact, we have to lead with that shit. We have to lead with pleasure and ecstasy. You have to lead with pleasure and ecstasy. So, and then if what I'm saying don't resonate with you, you say, I love my job. I love what I do in service of others. Then cool. No harm, no foul. It just means I wasn't talking to you because it didn't resonate with you, and you are your own governing, sovereign being. So cool. No harm, no. Yes, no more social. Oh my God, social workers. Child, don't even get me started. So no more social workers, no more teachers, no more nurses. Not us. They can be everybody else. You can't be us. You can't be us. You can't be us. You can't be us. Don't do it. That's going to be my advice. Now, of course, I will give you much more thorough and deep, profound, readings than just telling you don't be a healer. But if you tell me anywhere in your goddamn reading, that's what you've been leaning towards, I'm going to say, child, it's time to go into some kind of ritual or ceremony where we deconstruct your conditioning, because I promise you, it is this world living 400 years in a world that teaches you that, okay, well, we got to pay these niggas now, so at least we can funnel them, with the promise of a little bit better pay into occupations of service, because we still need these negresses serving us. So, okay, fine, we got to pay them now. What that means is we have to control more of the collective black wealth. So now we can front like we paying them a decent wage off wealth we done stole from them in the first place. We just, it's just some sleight of hand shit. I'm just trying to tell you. That's why all of these fields of services are so overrepresented by black skinned women. I promise you that's why it is. Because they have not gotten accustomed to, even to this day, of being without us, being an absolute, abject, silent, invisible servitude. Okay, so what if we have to pay for it now? We'll just pay ourselves more of what we've stolen from them, so then we can turn around and pay them a little bit to do the same thing that we've always required of them, is to serve us at their expense. Mm-hmm. 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 Babe, Claudia Ankara say, even in terms of friendship, you better believe. You better believe. Because what does our friendship with the white world afford them? What do we get in exchange for our friendship to the white world? They get way more than we do. What do they gain by friendship with us? They gain social protection. We become a social shield for them. That if we marry a black person, if we are friends and homies with a black person, if we are good acquaintances, like we may not be best friends, but we good acquaintances. I can rely on this person. With black people, they gain a lot from proximity to us. A shield is a valuable, valuable weapon in combat. They still, even though all the weapons have been upgraded in the world, all the weapons are like technologically advanced and shit. Do you know motherfuckers on the ground and in combat, they still carry shields, bitch? That's the only weapon that they ain't completely had to replace. Shields are a valuable, 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 valuable weapon. You understand? And that's in a lot of these relationships. Whether they're conscious of it or not does not matter. That their proximity to some black skinned person affords them immediate protection. Immediate protections from accusations. Immediate protections of they not like the rest of them. immediate protections without them having to even articulate for themselves what they believe. Their proximity to us is a presumption of what they believe. If I got a black friend, but my best friend is black, there's an automatic presumption of progressiveness, of solidarity. They don't even have to profess for themselves. All they got to do is say, I got a black friend. My best friend black. The mother of my children is black. The father of my children is black. There is an automatic presumption and an expectation in that statement. You can't call me racist. My partner black. My baby mama black. My baby daddy black. There's an automatic expectation of defense and an expectation of a pass, of absolution. Ooh, there is an automatic expectation of absolution. Oh my God, that's so true. And they expect it. What they're saying in that statement, my best friend black, is they demand absolution via proximity to some black-skinned person in their cipher. That arrogant, haughty demand of absolution. I'm not racist. My baby mama black. You understand? They gain a lot from proximity to us, and we gain nothing. We gain nothing. It's true. That's why I know it's hard to hear, but it was a while back I did this live, and the majority of the live I spent talking about how in this period, in this day, in this age, as we say that we are creating something new, love has to be evidentiary. Love has to be evidentiary. Love, the declaration of love, has to be partnered with evidence in action. Your words will not suffice. Your declarations will not suffice. But I love everybody. Love sees no color. We're all one family. We're the human family. We all bleed red. I love everyone because I don't see color. I love everyone because I don't see color. Ooh, that's a good one, Bronx Lyron. Unconditional love. Huh? Unconditional. My love is unconditional. Oh, that other slick ass, slide ass, manipulative ass, bullshit. You roll. That's my ride or die. That's my ride or die. Oh no. Nuh-uh. Mm-mm. That's a setup. Oh, what is it y'all say? For better or worse, in sickness and in health, till death do us part? Absolutely. 10,000% no. That at the moment, love is not reciprocal in action, in evidence. Child, love is lost. You do not deserve it. I am not required to give it to you. You are not in alignment with I say love means to me in my life, and what I say love means to me in my life is directly in alignment for what my mother wants to see my life to be: full of pleasure, full of passion, full of ecstasy, full of joy, full of happiness. If what you bring to the table do not align with that vision my mother has for me in my life in this incarnation, bitch, we ain't in love and you ain't getting mine. It has to. If you my friend and you really value me, and you say you want to be my friend, and you say you an ally, and you say you stand in solidarity, what is the evidence? How is your presence in my space changing for the better the life that I live? How is your presence in my space adding to my life? How is it increasing the betterment? How is it increasing the evolutionary emergent process that I am on? Love got to be evidentiary in this new age. The mother requires it. Just like she displays her love as evidence. Just like she displays her magic as evidence. Identifiable evidence everywhere you see that she gives a damn about your life, that she gives a damn about your existence, that she gives a damn about the experience you are supposed to have on this planet, and somebody is getting in the way of that. But she still shows you evidence all the time to help you remember, to call you back, to help you remember, to call you back. Even as these motherfuckers stay blocking. She said, I ain't going nowhere. That's what she say. What did I tell y'all? People talking about the end of the earth and destroying the planet, honey. That is fear tactical methodology from your white male patriarchal scientists. Is fear mongering in a scientific jargon and language. The mother will remain. The decision that we are making in real time is will we. That's the decision that we are making in real time. The mother will remain. The question is, will we? Will we? And she said, every day, I'm trying to show you I love you. I'm trying to show you the evidence, tangible, material evidence in the world that no matter what the noise, bitch, I still provide abundantly. I still provide abundantly. That there, no matter what you have been taught, no matter what you have been told, it is a lie of gargantuan proportion, because if you step outside your life for just a half a second, you can see that there's always and always has been more than enough. You are here because I willed it so. So there is enough to provide for you. There is enough for you to live abundantly. Somebody is blocking that abundance. Some narrative is blocking that abundance. Some institution is blocking your access to that abundance. So I remain bountiful if you care to look. I give you daily evidence everywhere you go that you are supported, that your abundance is waiting to greet you. But you have to move your opposition out the way, bitch. You have to move these institutions that are blocking your blessings out the way, and stop relying on what you have internalized is your out there over the fuck there somewhere ancestors that's coming to do the job for you that you are called to do with your own hands, with your own energy, with your own flesh, with your own intellect, with your own wisdom, with your own and peculiar lived experience. That's what this shit is about. Stop waiting for a fucking superhero. Bitch, we are the heroes. Every one of us. We are the superhumans. We are what they call it in Suicide Squad. We are the metahumans. We are the metahumans. We are the metahumans. We have to unlock our powers, bitch. But we're the metahumans. We have to unshackle our goddamn dormant DNA, bitch. But we are the metahumans. We have to free that which has been suppressed, the giant within each of us, because we are the metahumans we've been waiting for. So that's sitting around waiting for some motherfucker to come from somewhere else. We will never get this done if you maintain that mentality. We will never accomplish what it is we're talking about right now. We'll never accomplish what it is we are expressing in these declarations that we call conspiracies, what it is we intend to accomplish if we are forever looking outside ourselves for the solutions that the goddess emerged with as you. She is you. She emerged as you to do this particular work that only you can do, to make this particular and very specific and peculiar contribution that only you as her can make in this moment. That's it. Only you can do what you are assigned to do as the great and powerful divine she that is your mother in this moment. Nobody else of the 8 billion motherfuckers on earth can do what you are called to do by virtue of being born and baptized in your mother's holy water and sacred blood. Only you can do what you are called to do. Only you. Because why? I am the very necessary, purposeful, perfect, and peculiar expression of my mother's will made a material force. I am power personified as the goddess in this moment, just like each and every one of you. Just like each and every goddamn solitary one of you. Whether you have forgotten that or not is another question. Whether you have chiseled away enough of your conditioning to access that or not is what I'm trying to teach you in real time to do. You understand? Now I'm gonna shut up. I still didn't do this damn reading, so I'll do it tomorrow. But this was a word. This was a word. I still haven't gotten to any number of the multiplicity of lists of things I was certain I was going to get to on this day. So I have to stop now because I only have a couple of an hour and a half left of the event I made a commitment to go to my sitar teacher, which is already kicking my ass because I haven't been practicing enough, and I'm supposed to be playing in a concert next week that I tell you I ain't ready for. I'm going to sound like a kindergartner playing the recorder. That's what I'm going to be sounding like at this concert on Wednesday. Humiliate my goddamn sitar teacher and shit. Like, what the hell this girl been doing for all these weeks? Yo, he mad at me. He mad at me right now. You understand? So let me go ahead and at least fulfill an hour of my commitment to this performance of his. And I will I won't do no prefacing tomorrow. I won't do no digression tomorrow. I'm gonna get up on here. We're gonna say the conspiracies, you feel me? And I'm gonna start working these cards. That's all I'm doing tomorrow. From my mouth to God's ear. I am not doing anything else on this live with y'all tomorrow but these cards in the reading for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And I will start to make that a regular reoccurrence as well. Okay? So y'all enjoy the rest of your Saturday. It's already 5 o'clock here. I done been up on this shit since noon. God damn it. It's already goddamn 5 o'clock. So enjoy the rest of what is left of your Saturday that I have preoccupied for all this time. Go outside, walk barefoot if you can. Go put your feet in a lake or a pond or a puddle or some shit. You feel me? Go outside and bask in the glows of the wind and shit. You feel me? And I will see y'all tomorrow. See y'all tomorrow. Okay, so remember again, if you need anything from me, a reading, a consult, you need to share some insight you had with me or whatever. One more last thank you I want to make, and I want to make it regularly as well, is I do not take it lightly. I hope y'all hear me. I say this often, but I'm going to tell you again. As a part of shouting out those who have made donations to the temple over the previous, because I'm going to try to do that at least once a week. Just collect all of the people that have made donations and shout them out. People who are members, shout them out or whatever. But also, I'm going to add to the shout out those of you who have been adherent to my deep and profound request to place timestamps along with your comments. Anytime, I don't care how old the video is, I do not care. Anytime anything speaks to you that calls you to comment, you say, "Oh, this was awesome," put a timestamp on what you thought was awesome. Put a timestamp on it. Because 99.9% of this stuff, I forget. As soon as it come out my mouth, I forget it. You feel me? And so, especially those older videos, I told you for the last 2 weeks, I have been getting so many comments on old videos, 4 or 5 years old. And I love that. But I'm like, damn, they ain't leave no timestamp. Like, do I have to go back and listen to this 2-hour live to figure out what it is that I think might be useful from this thing? So no matter how simple you think your comments are, please take a moment. If it hit you in your spine just a little bit, timestamp it. Thank you for this live. This is what I liked about it. 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 32 seconds. That's what I liked about it. You feel me? So thank you again. Thank you so much for the timestamps. Y'all have been diligent. Y'all been giving me hella timestamps, and I appreciate every single solitary one. I cannot express how much I appreciate it. I really wish that there was some way to articulate the gravity of how you do not understand how much I appreciate the timestamps. Okay? I mean it. It's so deep. It's so important, especially as eventually when I have a fully active and participatory committee, and I have, a media committee. I have a committee that just does media and video editing and audio editing to post in the different places and stuff like that. The timestamps are going to be invaluable. They're going to be invaluable. And so just timestamp away. When I tell you, there's no amount of timestamps you put in the comments of these videos that I will say, okay, this is too much. There's no amount of timestamps that you can send that I will say, okay, enough already. I promise. And I listen to every single one. Some of them multiple times. Like, oh my God, I can't even believe I said that. I can't even believe that came out of my mouth. Where that came from. You understand? So there are no amount. One person, I can't remember their name, but I'm going to have to shout them out when I go back into my comments and find their name. They actually sent me a list like this long, like 20 timestamps from one video. I was like, thank you. Appreciate that. Love that. That energy right there. I'm not exaggerating. At least 20 timestamps in one comment to one video. Yes. So I'm not exaggerating. There's no amount from no amount of people that I can get timestamps from where I'll be like, okay, this is too much. Stop sending me timestamps. I don't need no more. That'll never happen. It'll never happen. Okay? So that's what I want to end with. Thank you all. Power up. Sleep beautifully. You feel me? Sleep restfully. You understand? If you want to get real the fuck up in there, you understand? Because we are in Gemini season. You understand? Gemini, ruled by Mercury, loves the whole art of communication in a multiplicity of ways. You feel me? Gemini, ruled by Mercury, the conduit, the great linguistic conduit between heaven and earth. You feel me? Loves to communicate in your dreams. If you want to go in like that, then light yourself some mugwort next to your bed before you go to sleep. Take some raw mugwort. If you have access to it, it grows like crazy out here. Grab yourself some raw, unprocessed mugwort, put it in a tea bag and stuff it under your pillow to stimulate prophetic dreams. You understand? So let's do this. Let's get this work done. You feel me? I am yes, you can smoke mugwort, you can burn it just as like an incense. So you can take processed like dried mugwort leaves and just kind of clear your aura before you go to bed with mugwort. You can drink it as a tea. Yeah, you can use mugwort in a myriad of ways. You can process mugwort in oil just like you would do any herb. You can do it either fresh or dried. Process it in the oil and use it on sore limbs and sore joints, and you can use it in a myriad of ways. It's a magnanimous, magnificent herb. But for the sake of the spiritual journey that we are on, you can drink it as a tea, or you can burn it around your aura before you go to bed, or you can use raw, unprocessed leaves in a tea bag. That's how the natives do it, in a tea bag, and stick it under your pillow to induce prophetic dreams. That's what they use it for, to induce prophetic dreams. If you're having night terrors, nightmares, disturbing sleep, you can also use it in the exact same way, but you're setting the intention. So speak it. I will speak restfully tonight. I will sleep restfully tonight. I will sleep deep tonight. My dreams will be magnanimous, beautiful, harmonious dreams. That's it, right? And put it on your pillow, the same thing. It functions in both ways based on your intention. My question will be answered. And if you have a question that you need answered, and so you need this dream to be more spiritual and prophetic, or clarifying the noise out of the way so you can get the answer for this problem you're trying to solve, my dreams will give me the answers that I need. I thank this mugwort for facilitating that process. Boom, there you go. Drink the tea, or burn the herb, or put it up under your pillow. There you go. It's a magnanimous herb. All right. So thank you, Sage Page. Thank you, everybody who came up on here. You feel me? Tony Pettis and Sage Page say, I'm going to be time stamping from now on. I love that. Yes, yes, yes. The more, the better. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Let me get up out of here because I got to drive all the way to another city for this thing. All right. So I will see you tomorrow. I don't know what time, probably around noonish before I get busy again. And all I will be doing tomorrow. So don't even, well, all I'll be doing tomorrow is doing this reading. That's it. That's it. Okay. All right. I'll see y'all later. Have a good one.